Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
No, it's not creeping across the
Steve
street.
said. He just texted me. It's up to the street.
Who, Romina? She's
Steve.
got the hose
No,
out there
Steve.
trying to get you home.
Steve texted me.
Ramina's trying. Ramina's flooding the front porch right now to take one. And Steve is in on it. Steve's in on it, and he's working. And exactly.
Yeah, so Danny and Sophia got the hoses and the fans.
The
and
whole family's in on it. The whole family's in on it. They want you home more than anything. You had
metal, so it sounds like thunder.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Thursday, August. Well, it's the last day of the week. Oh, here comes the pegging.
How about the month?
It's the last day of the month. I'm so sorry. It is the last day of our week, though.
Sure is.
Because we go on vacation starting, today.
Rainy Hall, $10 on the Cash App.
Love her. My favorite realtor. So, Anna, a couple things with you.
I would like to apologize for my absence yesterday.
Oh, you know what? Don't even worry about it. We had a great show.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I was actually, honest to God, I swear to you.
Oh, please don't hurt my feelings right before I leave for a week.
I'm not going to try to hurt your feelings. I'm just going to try to be true to the game. It's the bottom line. About to get mines.
Bob Papo, $10 on the Venmo. Jake Torlino, $10 on the Venmo.
Thank
and
you.
Chad Ray, $10 on the Venmo. All listening to the after show to give their $10.
Oh, you're a little hot this morning.
What do you mean?
Your mic.
No, I'm in normal where I'm normally at.
You can turn down your volume.
You might want to turn down your volume. My VU meters are what are where they always are.
All right.
Like, I don't have it up here like this. Like, I didn't put.
You were a little. You were probably about 2 or 3%.
No, shut. You know what? Would you
I'm so
would
glad
you
Brian's
shut up?
here.
Would
Let's hate
you
on him.
just stop with your bullshiz already? Yes, my mic is overmodulated. I'm doing it for effect because you're a dick. This is where my mic normally is. I have, oddly enough, if you don't believe me, I have little Sharpie dots where everybody's mic's supposed to be. I have little Sharpie dots.
Hootie, $10 Cash App.
I just don't Brian, I just don't sit back here and wing it, my friend. There's some professionalism and skill set involved in what I do. I just don't sit here and be a schmarmy, toothy little bitch ready to program at all times. I actually got to run the ship. I got to drive this thing, buddy. You got me distracted too, you son of a bitch.
I was just trying to save Anna's job.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, you're trying to get. Oh, you were coming in hoping I get heat with you to try to forget.
If those are your true intentions, thank you.
It was, and he just stumbled upon it. Then he figured it. No, hold on. He's so brilliant. He's like, I can turn a mess up into a pro-Ana deal and then backside Bubba with a squirrel. See, that's what. Listen, he thinks I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't give me near the credit of being. He thinks I'm dumb, and he does.
T-shirt Will, $20 on the
I don't
Cash
think
App.
you're dumb.
Meanwhile, Dan and Jay and even Tom Bean. Even Tom Bean thinks that I'm smart at some stuff.
I know you're smart at some stuff.
Like, even Tom Bean's like, you know what?
It's limited, but you are.
As stupid as you kind of play, you're dumb. You play dumber than you really are. Like, you play dumber than you
dumb
really
like
are.
a fox.
Well, I don't know about that. Anyway.
What does the fox say?
The fox says, here's what the fox says. The fox said, we had a pretty damn good show yesterday without you. And I did. Now, listen, with the negative comes a positive. So there's a positive coming. So let me get the negative out, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So there was a part today. I was at the gym, and I feel good because I actually got a good workout in. I hate getting up at 2:10 in the morning. It's what time I have to get up if I go to the Clem gym. I got to get up at 2:10 in order to get to the gym by like 2:45 in order to get like a good hour and like 15 minutes of stretching.
Are you fasted when you go? Or you said you eat a little something?
I have to eat because I take my medication, so I have to eat a little something. So I'll have like
I get you.
Like today, I had like four bites of cottage cheese.
Oh, so like almost nothing.
Just enough.
Doesn't that curdle in your belly while you're working?
No, anything. Well, anything as long as all those
pills.
The 47 pills that I take are just not sloshing around. They got something else to slosh on, because I'll get sick to my stomach if I go work out.
I forgot you have to take your medication in the morning.
But if I took cottage cheese right before, you work out pretty intense. That would just be coming right back up.
Oh hell no, not me. Not
it's
when
not
you're.
Like he's doing like crazy cardio.
That's
it's
just
like
because you're a little bit of a paper towel. I'll eat. Anna see me spray 409 into my mouth. Like I'm kind of industrial.
Well, we did see his.
Like I'm a truck,
today, too.
I'm a truck, and you're like a little convertible Miata. You know what I'm saying? I'm like a big truck, and you're like just like a little convertible.
Right, unless he has the wrong pen, and then everything becomes unhinged. But
yeah,
we all have our things.
Okay, so anyway, listen to me. So I'm lifting weights and really getting a good workout. I got the music jamming. I'm really got a good sweat on.
Mm-hmm.
I was mixing. I did shoulders, chest, a little bit of back, and then I touched up with some quad work, and then I hit the punching bag, and I feel so good. It's so hard to get up at 210. Like the alarm went off. I'm like, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. So I went and did it, and I'm jacked up. I feel good. Because it just gives me that much more energy for the show. Yeah. And see, like I can't, after the show, I am totally exhausted.
I get it.
I really am, just mentally. Like I'm just total mentally, like I'm just mush. And I've tried to, get the extra sleep and go work out after the show. And that just doesn't work out for me. I just can't make myself go to the gym. I'm too tired.
Or if you go, it's just not as good of a workout.
Right.
So
And
I get it.
And today I even got I got there a little bit early today. I got my stretching in, so I was able to stretch a little bit, and I got this back roller, those little foam back roller deals. I did that, and then I did I did where I sit Indian style, then try to spread your legs out, and then I won't
straddle.
And then when you put your leg
out
and try to stretch out like you're a track star guy.
Stretching is so important, and almost no one does it.
It's Native American style.
All right. Okay, Indian, whatever.
First American.
First American.
So I did all that. I got usually I'll go in and lift weights, but I'll forget to stretch. And if I start stretching like just a 5 or 10 minute, stretch with a back crack willy, I just get. I just feel so good. So I'm doing all that, and I think a lot about things.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I do a lot of my thinking. I think in 3 different places. This is where I do my thinking. At the gym, when I'm mowing at the track on my skag.
Oh, I know the third one.
And my skag.
Pooping.
No. Shower.
No.
What?
Nope. No, I don't really think much in the shower.
Pooping.
No,
you don't think
you're
you're
What about the grader?
Some of us plays soccer game.
When I'm on the grader.
Yeah.
When I'm on the grader, grading the track, and there's and again, a lot of heavy equipment operators will have headphones and listen to music and stuff. I don't listen to nothing when I'm running heavy equipment. I'm just listening to the machine, and I'm collecting my thoughts. So today I was collecting my thoughts, Anna. Sometimes I think about what I'm going to talk about on the show. Sometimes I think about just, like I was thinking about my Indiana trip. I'm excited for my Indiana trip and all that kind of deal. So you popped in my head. And I was like, you know what?
Hopefully a smile followed and not a grimace.
You popped in my head, and I was like, I don't know if I should say anything to her because I do not ever want to replace her. Like,
God.
If I could sign, like Brian would advise me not to do this, but I could almost give you like a verbal lifetime contract, it would take a whole bunch for me not to want you to be on the show.
Oh, there's a butt coming. I'm bracing myself.
But I'm saying, there's you can even Lummy had a really big mess up. Remember the mess up Lummy had?
I do.
Lummy.
Let's talk about
Lummy,
it.
in the overall BRN business scheme of things, that's one of the biggest mess ups next to the sex tape. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
For real, Brian, you're familiar with the mess up, are you not?
Which one? The Trapper Keeper?
No.
That wasn't
no,
his fault.
No.
That his stuff
Lummy,
looked like trash.
Lummy, you might actually have to. You guys, you may have to whisper in his ear off air. You know,
Yeah, what'd you do?
I'll tell you during the break.
No, I want him to know
Is
now.
it recent?
I want him to know now.
It's recent?
Yes.
And it's up there with the sex tape.
It's bad. It's bad. Lummy, whisper. You got to whisper in his ear what you did.
He's writing me a note.
No, Lummy, you can't note that. You got to that's long form. You got to whisper and you'd be like, let me tell you what I did. Why I did this, and then it cost this, and then this happened, and it cost this, and this, and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Yeah. And I didn't fire Lummy. I mean, that's a very fireable offense.
Yeah, he has made himself pretty indispensable here, though.
And so
like, you get rid of Lummy, and it's like you need to hire 7 guys.
No, I mean, well,
you're going to be out in front of Home Depot bringing a whole crew in.
Don't sit here and stick up for him, okay?
I'm
He
just
knows.
saying.
I mean, I know how valuable he is, and he's also the favorite. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's tough to get rid of the favorite. I mean, Stone Joey Logano or a real screw up around here. I don't even want to say Rhett because Rhett's not a screw up, but I'm just saying, like, almost any other employee makes that big of a mess up. You might be replaced. You might get fired. I mean, Lummy, it was a fireable offense, wouldn't you think?
Yes, it was.
I mean, absolutely justified.
100%.
Like, if you would have got home and told Ashley, hey, Bubba fired me, and she would have said, that fat son of a bitch, why? And then you went and told him what you did, she would have said, oh, well, you know what? I would have fired you too, you dumbass.
Exactly.
So, like, that's, so I kept you around. So, Anna, my loyalty is not quite Lummy-like to you, but pretty close.
Fair enough.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
I'm bracing myself for
and here's what you got going for you. You can host, you can do your own show. You can host my show and run the board when I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's pretty valuable in my business.
When somebody has as many kidney stones as you do, it's necessary.
What do you mean?
Like you wake up some mornings and you can't do the show. You got to hop on in.
Listen to me. Yes, you're right.
Or if he farts in the mic and gets COVID again.
Hold on. Yes, you're right. But like you're making it as if I take a lot of sick time off.
He doesn't.
I don't take any sick time. I mean, I think, Anna, in the 3 years you've worked here, how many days have I ever taken sick? Maybe 2?
Planned or unplanned?
Unplanned. Like,
Because there was like a week where I did shows, but you had COVID.
The colonoscopy.
Yeah, very few.
I missed
maybe 3.
I missed
in 3 years.
Yeah, like I average about
unplanned.
I average about 1 sick day a year.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
and so like Brian, you say as if it's all the time.
No, that's impressive. I didn't say it's all the time. I was just saying.
I bet you I take less sick days than you do, bitch. I guarantee. Even though you're a partner, I guarantee you call Gina up, your partner, and say, hey, listen, I'm not feeling good today. Hell yeah, you little paper tiger bitch. About to get mines on you. How many sick days you take? A
0.
lot. Bull crap. A lot.
Well, I haven't been sick.
No, but I mean, you take sick days.
I haven't been sick.
Okay, whatever. I'm trying to get back to my Anna deal.
Yeah, I'm scared. Wow. This is supposed to be the, quote, good news.
The good news is...
Yeah.
No, this is the bad news.
Oh, okay.
This is the bad news. Right. The good news is after. This is the bad news.
Okay, bad first.
So I'm at the gym, and I'm thinking, you know what? Like, if she ever would want to move on, or if she ever would get like a big time... if she ever get like a big time offer or a chance to go do her own show, and she couldn't, she left under her terms. She left because she wanted to leave, because she's got a better job, or just for whatever. I mean, like, it wouldn't be uncommon for some radio, like, for instance, Shane Reeve at JVC says, man, I got to tell you, Anna is, and we had discussions about maybe you doing middays there. So, I mean, there's people in the industry that take notice of how good you're becoming, as a host. Like, you're honing your skill. The more time on the mic alone, it's just like anything, the better you become.
Yeah, more reps.
I mean, what do they say, Brian? Like, it's after you do something 10,000 times,
10,000 hours,
10,000 hours,
then you're
expertise.
Then you're supposedly really good at that, whatever you're doing.
You've mastered it.
I don't know if you mastered it, but
that's what
you're good
say,
at it.
Whoever they are.
So, I know that you probably don't have 10,000 hours of hosting.
No, I do not.
I wonder how many hours I have.
Gary, the control $10 on the Venmo.
I mean,
you're probably at like 100,000 hours of hosting.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so if you
6 hours every day for
no, I mean, even if we went with 4.
But hold on, let's just not even give all my career because some of it was radio. I mean, a lot of it was top 40. I didn't have long form, but I started long form monologue, in '96. So Brian, 96 is when I first started doing a talk show. Like, what I'm saying? Like, not playing 8 records an hour. It was long form talk. So I've been doing that in 96. So if you do, but you might as well call it 97 because it was December of 96. So I won't even give me 96. So if you started since 97,
okay,
right?
So even at 4 hours a day, you're at 25,920 hours since 97.
And that's only at 4 hours a day.
That's only at 4 hours a day, 48 weeks a year, and 5 days a week.
And that is, think about how many, for 2 years, I did 2 shows. And then
that is insane to me.
2 complete shows.
I know your schedule, and you had like a 4 or 5 hour break between them.
So we got, it was 6 to 10 on Cox, and then like 16 we were syndicated like in Richmond, Dayton, Atlanta, Orlando,
Miami,
Fort Myers, Miami, Jacksonville. Like we were just killing it.
And then 3 to 7 on Sirius.
Yeah, then 3 to 7.
That's literally insane.
On 7. So I would get to the radio station at 5:30, and I would get home at 7:30. And it was just like, no wonder my marriage didn't work. Like,
that can't survive that.
No.
Yeah, you're pushing 30,000 hours then if you count that time, and in the last few years you're over 30,000 hours.
You are a master.
So I'm a master.
You're a 3 times master.
You're a master.
You're a 3rd degree black belt.
Anna, so I'm a black belt in radio. I'm a black belt with 3 red stripes on it.
Sure,
like, is that badass?
You're a professor.
Like if you saw in MMA terms, if a guy walked in the gym.
Yeah.
And he wasn't some poser, like he was a legitimate guy, and he when he gets all geed up and stuff, he see that he's got a black belt with 3 red willies on there. Are you thinking,
yeah. He's so good I'm avoiding him.
Right.
I'm just like, get away from me.
And even if we give you half credit for the time before that, before you 97, you're talking.
Oh yeah, if you give me half, just give me like 25%.
25%?
Yeah,
quarter credit?
Yeah, give me a quarter credit.
So
because
you started in, 84?
86.
So that's another 11 years.
But only give me 25%.
Right.
Dave BTBO, $13.99 Super Chat Canadian.
That puts you around like 33,000, 34,000 hours.
Yeah.
You're a master.
Thank you very much. I feel good. So Anna, in my little master head, I thought, listen, if she ever left, or she's really.
I'd be totally fine.
I'd be like, I'll be fine.
Yeah,
I'll be fine. And it was a good feeling not having her yip up all the time yesterday.
Oh.
But anyway, listen. How are you? How you been?
Well, I was doing good.
And then the other thing is, here's the good thing. Macho Man, for whatever, because Macho Man's the most vain. Like Macho Man was ready to do. Macho Man felt as if he didn't look as good as he could have. And yesterday's photo, or 2 days ago pho shoot, that he called the photographer and said, "Do I need to do another one?"
Are you serious?
Yeah, Macho. But then, so hold on. So Ian, the dude texted Mach some pictures and of him and some other people, and Mach was like, "Oh man, I look great.
This is the best photographer ever."
I mean, like Mach. You were a little unsure, and then once he sent him to you, you kind of marked out to him a little bit. Did you not? You were like, "Man, these are pretty good."
Or did you mark out to yourself?
Yeah, I shared that a lot. It's actually pretty good.
Did you mark out to yourself a little bit? I mean, it's
he went
okay.
home and tugged one out to himself.
That was the first time that somebody took a photo and you can actually see my size correctly.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
You have body dysmorphia, Mach?
Very much so.
Yeah. He's got
It's interesting to see the male perspective because women are always trying to get smaller and thinner and more slender. And guys like Macho were the exact opposite.
If you want to
never big enough.
If you want to get in Macho's head, like we get into Anna's head, just tell Mach that it looks like your left side's about maybe just a little bit less as jacked as your right. Looks like you might be down on your left side a little bit. Man, that left trap looks like it's just a little bit littler than that right. He will go and work at the gym left side Willie for 3 weeks. He gets all freaked out. But Anna, so anyway, I didn't get a chance to see my pictures but Macho Man showed me some pictures, and of which a few of them were yours.
Oh God!
And I was like, wow.
Do I look jacked too?
You look great.
Really?
Yeah. The two or three that I saw, you had your hair kind of frizzy, and you had your little tank top on.
Yeah.
And you had like a little, like your arms crossed, like a little, and it was like, hell yeah, look at the gun show.
Oh, awesome.
It's a shame it won't make it up onto any Bubba Army stuff, but you can use it for your headshots when you're looking for a new job.
Why you gotta do that, Brian?
You can see who wasn't invited to the photo shoot.
Oh.
You baby face.
That's okay.
Oh. Ouch.
We got my
because
Squirmy and Grubs photo to use.
That's so funny.
Do you get heat with that?
I think it's hilarious.
Oh, it is
I
funny.
mean, look,
It is what it is, right?
It is what it is. I look the way I look. I don't have body dysmorphia.
Honest to God, I mean, you kind of resemble him a little bit. Would you not agree?
I do.
A little bit.
If he didn't have spina bifida or whatever he has.
He'd be more rugged than me.
Yeah.
All right, Anna. So listen, you look cute as hell, and I'm excited to see these pictures that we get that are going to be mostly used for the new BubbaArmyRadio.com. That's what they're going to be used for. But we're also going to use them for marketing, and we're going to make a group shot because we don't have a legitimate the Bubba the Love Sponge, group shot.
Yeah, we don't.
And I'm gonna have somebody make a digital, a business card where that's like our put our QR code and have those like a group picture. Three, like that you hand out or something like that. I don't know. Maybe everybody gets one with their order. We'll get.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Like with their order at Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army
just
store.
chuck it in there.
By the way,
do an NFT of it.
I don't NFTs, man. I thought maybe that was going to be the next big thing, and boy, that really flat.
I never understood.
But
it's a digital copy that only you have. Everybody can have the picture.
But there were people, Brian, that early on thought it was really going to be something, and we're buying these Lego pictures for this.
The monkeys. The apes.
No, what was it called? Let me know.
No, they were doing the apes though. That was a big thing. Like the customizable NFT apes that Justin Bieber paid $1.5 million for or whatever.
Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they were just trading all kinds of things.
Just type in NFT apes.
And they were and then the entire sporting car industry. I know somebody that is in the sporting car industry, and even the racers and the NBA players and the NFL guys were all gonna get into this big NFT. Instead of having their tops. Basketball or football or baseball, card, your trading card. They were going to have digital trading cards, and only 100 were issued, and this and that, and it was going. And then how about those virtual cities that people were actually buying?
That's still kind of
when Kevin tried to sell us on that.
But hold on though.
Sorry, Kevin, but what the hell?
But isn't that? I mean,
Bitcoin's up to 100,000, like you said it would be this year, isn't it?
Yeah, the NFT bored apes.
The bored apes.
Hold on now.
Oh, the crypto kitties. That's what I was thinking.
Hold on.
of.
Where is?
It's Bitcoin's is like 26,000.
I got out at 30. And lost like $1,800.
It's at 27, but if you recall, I told everybody to buy in at 15.
Hold on. I bought in. I just sold that Spirit junk that you told me to buy.
That merger's going to go through, although maybe not because JetBlue accidentally just leaked that they're going to raise Spirit's prices by 40%.
Right.
So that they screwed up. They screwed the pooch on that. That was a Lummy-sized mistake there.
Oh,
I know, and so
they did it on purpose.
They did it on purpose because they wanted out of the deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Anna, I think when we get our pictures. You're gonna like them.
Beautiful.
And then secondly and finally.
Oh, there's a second.
And right in front of you.
Yes.
One of the new pieces of merch that we've put in. There's all kinds of new stuff. Is the new Bubba Army 6 foot by 4 foot fleece velvet like. Now, it's not a blanket that you're going to put on for, on your bed for warmth, but it's that couch blanket.
No, it's a throw blanket.
Yeah, what they call a throw blanket, right?
I love these.
That's a blanket you bring to Bubba Army Raceway Park. Bubba Raceway Park.
No, that one's way too.
Stands.
No, that's way too nice of a blanket for that.
Yeah, no,
Really?
this is what I bring to my slumber parties.
Brian.
We have naked pillow fights.
Feel the texture of that blanket. And the thing about it, you know what? I would have gotten you one, but I think that you would scoff at having a Bubba Army throw blanket in your home. I think that you would I think your wife. Now, see, Dan would have one and tell Romina to shut up. I think if you had one, your wife would.
Yeah, I'm respectful to my wife. I can't hold a green card over her head.
Would your wife give you a hard time if you brought first of all,
she would not care if I brought it into the house. Now, if we had company coming over and I insisted on having it front and center in front of everybody, then she may have an issue with that.
That's where you're not proud of me.
That's not that I'm not proud of you. I said she would have an issue with that.
Do you ever tell, not company, but do you ever tell people in your and I know that you're the head of the homeowners association, right? So I mean, you're tight knit to your neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
Right. You know your neighbors. You probably know most of your neighbors.
Almost all of them.
Right.
All the ones that speak English.
Right. And so I'm sure that you don't tell any of them. Like, you're not proud that you're on the show. You probably don't tell them when you're.
I've told them.
You have?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not ashamed of this. This isn't like some double secret life I'm living here. Coming on your show.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
It's a public forum.
But you wouldn't have the Bubba Army throw blanket displayed right over the couch if company came now, would you?
No.
You wouldn't have the chevrons facing out, and of course they would ask what it is, and then you have to get into that, and you're just not going to have. That's why I didn't provide you one. See, Anna will use hers.
Oh yeah.
Lummy will make love to his.
That's right.
Rhett will use his. It might end up being Scout's pee pad. Macho will use his.
That's Lummy's cleanup towel now.
Yeah, it's going to be Lummy's pegging cleanup towel.
What the hell?
Lummy, but Lummy.
It's going to smell like Vaseline and shame.
Yeah. So anyway, if you remember Lummy, they're only $19.99, and I got to looking around and looking at other ones, and
that's too cheap, man. You could have gotten $29.99 for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, you screwed the pooch on that.
But hold on now. So they're $19.99, and I went and looked at very similar fleece throw blankets for the Bucks and for the Lightning and other, and they're all like $39.99, $34.99, $29.99, and I'm like, why am I at 19? And they've just been flying off the shelves. So Lummy, we are going to add that blanket, which we don't have. We probably won't have any left. And we're going to probably end up selling. And I ordered a bunch.
That's 24 square feet of comfort.
Yes, 24 square feet of Bubba Army comfort. And so Lummy, at 7:00, the merch crick has been instructed to raise the price to $24.99.
That's fair.
So if you've been sleeping on this, you've got 33 minutes to get on there and order it before the price jacks up.
Yeah, because the bottom line is I've sold so many that I've made a decent little profit on the deal, and I don't care if you don't buy them or not.
And here's the bottom line.
I got literally like 35 left. I ordered a whole bunch, and I got like 35 left. And I'll eat that 35.
Yeah.
I'll just keep them on because you're going to need a certain amount of inventory to have all the time.
How about this? Every hour until the end of the show, it goes up $5.
No,
so if you haven't ordered by 8, it's $30.
No, you're really gouging them on the last day of the month, please, Brian.
Saying it's got to help your favorite show out.
I understand, but
I think they did that yesterday with the $10 thing. That we had.
The new game we call. Can I hold a 10 or a 10 me up? About to get mines for 10. Lummy, we just out of nowhere. And you know what, Lummy? I went back and listened to that break because I wanted to, listen, I don't really listen to our stuff much. Like, I hate listen. Like, on the best ofs, I don't listen because I don't like listening to myself. I get too critical. I start picking it apart. Maybe I should do it more often. But anyway, I re-listened to that segment yesterday when we kind of just were being a bunch of smart asses saying, listen, what other radio show can be basically a glorified Jim Jones, less the Kool-Aid cult telethon, Ponzi scheme with Bubba Madoff. And the bottom line is we wouldn't be on the air if we were not, funded by the people for the people.
FUBU.
And what other radio show could actually do that? Nobody. No. For real. There's no other radio program that has that template, and we do. And it's because the show's so good that it becomes like it's almost pay-per-view. The show becomes so good is that you have to have it. You got to support it.
It's like crack.
Yeah, it's like our show. Once you get into it, once you learn the dynamics of our show and the language and the inner struggles and what Anna does and how Lummy rolls and how Rhett rolls and just, how absolutely insane I am, but yet brilliant. And then the dynamic that I have with Numbnuts over there, and then my boyfriend Dan, and then Jay, and just all the,
And the dynamic with Jay and Dan.
Yeah, just once you get it, you got to have it. So every once in a while we can be a bunch of smartasses and say, hey, let's do a little, hey, would it kill you to throw me a $10 bill, buddy?
That's right.
Those words have probably never been spoken on terrestrial radio. Hey, let me hold a 10.
For less than a cup of coffee a day, you can support your favorite radio DJ.
Sarah McLaughlin's plan.
For about the cost of a grande at Starbucks, you can keep your favorite radio personality on the air.
You're just sadly eating beef jerky.
Show pictures of him like passed out in his trailer, living behind the
shows Lummy all scraggled out fishing by the pond trying to get dinner.
It's in black and white.
Right. It shows Anna's car on the lift getting an oil change. They even change your own oil to save money. In the arms of it. But for the cost of a grande latte, you with a mocha chaser, you with 2 pumps of Venti, you can keep that show that you love so very much. Also, don't forget about the blanket for $24.99. Anyway, listen, the blanket goes up to $24.99 at 7 o'clock. So if you're thinking about buying one of these badasses, and they are,
soft as hell.
They are pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Like sometimes we miss the ball and some stuff. I'm like, they're all right. But man, the last couple things, the tactical bags, man, we blew through those. The dog harnesses. And these new blankets, man.
The straw hats too, right? Did those blow out?
We blew through those. But Anna, Lummy, we ordered new straw hats. And let's not forget the Brian Matroni Polo Willie's coming too.
Oh,
Brian,
right.
I ordered 100.
I bet you they're gone
of those Bubba Army polos
in under a week. Those will be sold out.
Kind of like it's going to be styled kind of like to what you're wearing. It's going to be a polo with the little emblem. That's kind of
is the emblem on the chest or the sleeve?
On the chest.
Okay.
But a little bit higher than yours and a little smaller than yours. A little bit more
subtle.
Is that a Hunter Lowen?
Subtle. Black.
Yes.
They're black with white stitching.
Oh, nice.
And it's kind of like that, Brian. It's made out of a real kind of a slick polyester or whatever kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's buttoned up. I don't think it's an all the way button, Willie. I think it's a 2-button.
Yeah,
deal.
yeah, just
it's a two button Willie,
but with top and then one open.
Right.
Yeah, that's nice.
And if you're a Tom Bean, then you go to the
Button
seamstress
up.
and have I guess Tom probably only buys 3-button shirts, right?
Yeah.
Because he really likes to button that last one up. Have you ever asked him, Tom, why do you always button that last one?
No, because I'm sure I don't care enough to hear the 45-minute answer that would come along with it. You understand what I'm saying? You got me? You follow me? Are we good? You're with me? So I do that because of this. You got me? You understand what I'm saying?
I can't say a word. I can't say a word. So anyway, the blankets are going to go up here in about 27 minutes from $19.99. They're $19.99 now to $24.99, and I don't even know if we'll have any more. Then we have, of course, the beach picnic hat. It's not. They call it a beach towel, but it's not absorbent like a towel. It's more like what you put down on the sand to you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's like a mat. And it has like where you have like little loops where you can put little pegs in there or something like that. But it's the beach blanket / picnic deal, and they've been selling quite well too. And then let me coming soon. The straw hat and the tactical bags are up too. And I don't know if we ordered more dog harnesses. I don't know that we did, but we got. I think we got car mats, license plates, and something else coming.
Don't forget the black ice. It's back up.
Black guys.
Brian, would you? I know the answer before. Would you drive around town with your Bubba Army air freshener?
I don't like car air fresheners.
Okay.
You can just leave it in the bag.
It has nothing to do with it being Bubba Army.
No, it has everything to do.
Do you want a Bubba Army sticker to put on your car?
No, I don't do stickers on my car. It has nothing to do with it being Bubba Army.
Right. That's your new answer. It has like you say something and then you disclaim it by saying it has nothing to do with Bubba Army when really it has everything to do with Bubba Army.
I'd use Bubba Army condoms.
That would really work well with your wife.
The Bubba condom.
God, can you imagine if you really wanted to make Romina finally lose her, finally lose? Who hit the bell?
It's a 35-minute warning.
Quite simply, you're listening to pure filth, and he's damn proud of it. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
You don't need anything real quick?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
All right, you good?
No, I'm great, buddy. Thank you for asking.
Bubba, you need anything?
I'm good, Lower.
Lover. Thank you again for the blankie.
You're welcome.
If it wasn't 95 degrees in fucking Denver, I'd take it with me.
Are you going to Denver this weekend?
Today.
Getting that Rocky Mountain High?
Going to a wedding.
Is this the bachelorette you went to in Boise?
Correct.
Were you given a +1 or no?
I plead the fifth. No, it wasn't. This is my third one. The curse. I'm cursed.
Well, you're not allowed to have a +1?
I just make the cut from guest list myself.
Yeah.
And they go, all right, Anna can come, but she's not bringing anybody.
Maybe they've just gotten so used to you not having somebody.
That's also true, honestly. That bitch riding solo. But even then, they would at least offer typically, but guess not. So, but there is a theme where every time I do not have a +1, it's always like a backyard wedding, so I feel like they're kind of on a budget. Can I use that excuse to make myself feel better? Well, everyone's on a budget.
It would make more sense if it was at a venue that, like a moderate venue that's way more expensive. A backyard wedding, the average cost to add an extra guest is minimal.
Well, maybe it's a space issue.
Could be.
So yeah. But listen, I'm glad I made the cut.
I don't like weddings. No.
I love them.
Waste of time, waste of money.
Not my money. Well,
I know, but
there.
overall, it is for everybody. It's a waste of everybody's time and money.
It's fun.
DJing weddings suck. I did mine with brothers. Big mistake. Like my whole family just kept coming up talking to me like I was a normal person. I'm sitting here trying to pick records and stuff.
Oh, because you were DJing?
Yeah, never again.
Yeah, no, thankfully I'm not DJing.
Look at your phone. Look at your phone.
What's your DJ name?
Kovacs. That's all I use on 93.
DJ Kovacs.
We're looking back.
DJ COVID, infecting your brain.
Oh, cute! I do look kind of jacked. A little bit.
Huh?
And so do you. Holy God.
I was surprised. I was like, holy shit. I was driving like.
You really do look like fucking much.
Find some pictures that show some depth.
Where's the fucking wiener dog? I want to see the wiener.
That's all I got. That was just.
Oh, that's what he's saying?
Yeah, he's gonna.
He's good.
From my understanding, he's gonna let us pick what ones we like to use for the group.
Does everyone have these? Did everyone see these?
I sent it to Rhett and Mommy yesterday.
Okay. Thank you for sending those to me.
Who is the photographer? Olin Mills?
Yeah.
Eon Lorgan. Tom Beans. His father's in business with Tom Beans.
Everybody's in business with Tom Bean.
That's probably true. I need to start hydrating big time. Last time I got fucked up when I went to Denver.
Well, the altitude will get you.
And here's the thing, I was worried about that. I'm like,
Liquid IV.
I believe you. You can just say I got it.
No, I want to show you. Why do people specifically say this brand? I know there's lots of them out there, but everyone always says Liquid IV.
As it gets to cellular, but that's the bullshit they advertise.
Is that what it says here?
I don't know.
Because everyone's like, Liquid IV, Liquid IV, and I'm like, there's so many of these, and why is this one like really kicked it?
I don't know.
But anyways.
Cool. Well, have fun.
Thank
Very
you.
weak intro.
I'm excited.
That's amazing how it timed out for you
Oopsies.
with Bubba's trip to Indiana.
Yes.
That was amazingly fortunate.
Well, I probably would have taken off
Yeah.
Friday and then just been back Monday. Like, I would have taken off one day.
I know.
But we ended up extending the trip a little. So we're going to go to Colorado Springs, going to Pikes Peak, going to get those donuts. Apparently there's donuts on top of the hill, downtown. Burn the gods. I'm excited. And we're staying at one of the girls I met at the bachelor party offered us to stay with her. So
A random that you met.
I mean,
You didn't know her before the
did
Bachelor.
not, but I did know everyone that she knew.
Right.
But no, I
That was
know-
really nice of her.
Yeah, but she's. So I double checked with her, like.
Yeah, to make sure she wasn't just
remembered and
drunk
meant
and
it,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
It wasn't just like a drunk off.
Hi, we're here.
She's like,
Who the
what?
fuck are you?
Right.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. No, I double checked with her like 3 times. I'm like, okay, you remember saying, oh, okay, for anything? I thanked her for it.
Are you gonna get her a host gift?
Oh, we're bringing $3 off. She's not called.
Yeah.
You gotta get a host gift.
If somebody's letting you stay in their house for 3 days, yeah.
5 days.
For 5 days?
Time to scratch that itch, is it?
Listening will give you no health benefits, but all the carcinogenic after effects.
Stop looking while you're here for a change.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget the Bubba Army blankets that Anna actually likes.
Love.
Her favorite so far has probably been the lunchbox, and that was her idea.
Oh, yeah.
And we sold out of those fast, and she wants us to bring them back. We probably won't.
Probably my favorite is the Tervis, just because I use it so much.
And then now maybe the new Bubba Army throw blanket. You seem to take a favor too.
Love.
There you go. BubbaArmyMerch.com until 7 o'clock. They're $19.99. After that, they're $24.99. They should have been $24.99 the entire time. Look how much money I lost, Larry Lummy.
It's okay. You'll make it back.
I'll make it back. So Anna, listen.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I didn't think you'd be able to do an after show today.
Oh yes.
No, hold on, because I know that your plane leaves like in the early afternoon.
Oh, doesn't it? Leaves at 4:10.
Leaves
in the
whatever.
afternoon.
I can't.
He was trying to get you to not do the after show with him again.
I was trying.
I already know
I
what
was
you want.
trying to not have the trolls know what time she left.
I know.
Thanks
Sorry.
much. But anyway,
Screwed the pooch on that.
You've been trained better than that.
Yep.
So, but since somebody told me that because I'm not doing an after show. I'm not.
I know. I was listening yesterday.
And I have a noon. I'm going to go live at noon with Ron Capps on YouTube and Facebook. We might as well throw it on Rumble too, Lumble, Lummy, whatever. I'm doing a Ron Capps interview today at noon. We'll have it on Rumble, Facebook, YouTube, and wherever, and locals. So it'll be live, and then we'll repurpose it on YouTube. So that's at noon. So I'm going to go hang out and do some stuff, go to lunch, get something to eat, and come back to the building at noon. I was thinking that that maybe you didn't want to do an after show because you were traveling and you needed to get stuff packed, but it's been indicated to me that you do want to do one.
Yeah, I was in chat yesterday saying I'm ready and willing, and I packed all my stuff's right here, ready to go.
So I don't look at chat.
Well, I know. I thought that maybe someone would have said, "Hey, Anna's down to."
Chat makes me sad.
Well, if you listen to the show, we did say that.
What?
Erica said we have sold out of the blankets.
Oh, they're done?
The beach
They're done,
towel
they're done.
mats are still available, but blankets just sold out.
Hold on. I'm glad. Oh, did she text me too? Okay.
I'm glad she's talking to you. I'm telling you what's up instead of me.
No, Shut up. Sometimes you embarrass me on the impersonation of me because it's so dead on. It makes me feel as if I have a problem. If that's the way I really sound in life and that's the way people perceive me, well, then I really am an asshole.
You're not, though.
I know. It's scary how real it is.
How about this? We moved all them blankets. Now we know the secret sauce.
Well,
talk up a product on the air and then say we're raising the price in 30 minutes if you don't buy now. So stop waiting.
I wasn't going to quite disclose that new technique to the average consumer, but it looks like you already have, my friend. Our transparency is second to none.
And on a flight leaves at 4:10, everybody.
and on it leaves at 4:10. You might as well give her the airline number. And
Stop
you know
in Dallas.
Let's go ahead and give her let's go ahead and let's go ahead and give the address of where she's staying.
It's Denver.
And you know what? Let's go ahead and
1, 2, 3, 4 Denver.
And let's go ahead and give her cell phone out.
Yeah,
and
my
maybe
blood
her
type.
social security number, and maybe her debit card. Okay.
Yep.
Then you'll have it all.
Yep.
Happy trolling. So I was listening to you and Brian talk about you going to Denver. You're going to Denver for a bachelorette party because
how about a wedding?
A wedding. But you are the most wedding-going bachelor.
I love it.
Like, I don't know. Most women don't like it. Like, most women who like, I don't know that women really like it.
I think people don't like traveling for weddings, but they like attending weddings.
You think women
Yes.
really like to go to weddings?
Get dressed up,
They
go
like to
dance, get
judge.
drunk.
Women like to sit in the corner and be judgy, and that's what a wedding gives them a lot of time to do.
They can,
I don't do that.
they can judge everybody, can't they?
Yep.
First of all, they can judge the event on how much it sucks or how cool it is.
Yep.
And then they can judge the food, and they can judge the band, and
what the dress was like, what the music was like. I mean, it's everything is just a judge fest.
Right. And how did they cheap out on the flowers? Did they cheap out on the venue?
What colors they picked?
Yeah, exactly. Did the bride look like she lost some weight for it, or maybe she's whatever?
Did somebody act foolish or do something stupid or say something dumb?
Right. Are you going to do the dollar dance? Are you going to do the whatever? Who's going to catch the garter belt? Right, the whole deal.
Okay.
Or whatever. Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, I just like going. I don't want to say for the free food and drinks, but. It's fun. It's just a party. You get dressed up. You see people you haven't seen in a long time.
I think that's where it is. I hate dressing up.
Me too, but every once in a while it is a good time.
I just don't. Lummy,
I got a new dress.
Lummy, you're probably like me. You don't I hate dressing up.
Yes, I am with you 100%.
Like, you know what? When you see me dressed up, it's either because I got something like a family
or a court date,
or I'm going to court.
Yeah,
exactly.
Bubba's got his big boy pants on. He's testifying somewhere.
If you see me with a jacket and I'm testifying or getting something,
I think I may have committed a faux pas now that I think about it. Let me ask Brian. He knows things about etiquette. The bridesmaids are wearing black floor-length dresses.
And you got a black floor-length dress?
It's close.
Oh, yeah. That's a faux pas.
No.
Especially if you...
It's not touching the floor.
It is if she knew it.
No.
Yeah.
She's fine.
Nah.
It's close.
There's going to be people... I'm telling you. I know women. There'll be people talking. Say, oh, she was at the bachelorette party and she so much wanted to be a bridesmaid.
Yeah, they're gonna think she is copying.
Man, everybody's a bunch of little bitches nowadays.
I'm also
on a Hummel, never a bridesmaid, never a bride.
A memoir. I'm actually staying in a house with 2 bridesmaids, so maybe I'll just go to the photo shoots and.
Anyway,
I'm ready.
During the hot mic, you were talking about how you're staying with somebody's doing you a favor by letting you stay with them for 5 days,
yes,
right?
And again, this person was a.
Now, do you know this person?
I met her at the bachelorette party, and
Okay.
I know her best friend. I knew in college, and then obviously I know the bride, and they're both bridesmaids. The 2 people I'm staying with.
They're actual bridesmaids, not ones that bought dresses to look
correct.
like
No, they got like dresses fitted, and
they're official.
Yeah.
Well, but see, here's the thing. So you guys were talking about how you're gonna get the person that's letting you stay with them, like a gift, like a
already
gift.
did, yeah.
A host gift.
Yeah. And so then I got to thinking, well, hell, when I go to every year I go to Indiana and I stay at Larry's for 3 days. And then I stay at Sumo's for usually 3 days, and I don't get them. Not like
you don't get them anything.
Do you take them out to dinner? Do you foot the bill for some stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's
fine.
That's acceptable then.
Okay.
If you're doing something like you have to do something,
but not
for the
with
host.
Sumo, because Sumo will like now Larry, like like the 2 or 3 breakfasts that we'll have, I'll make sure I pick it up, and like if we go out to dinner or whatever, whatever. Like me and, but it's like almost we're so close. Where like
it's offensive.
It's offensive
because that's what just friends are supposed to do.
Yeah, but she doesn't know this girl.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
She
No. And even if I did, when I went to New York in May or something, and I stayed at my good friend's house for 5 days, I got her $200 Amazon card. It's just what you do. Like she was really putting us up.
Not us Hoosiers. We don't do that.
Well, we have.
We don't do. And like when Sumo comes down here and stays with me, like
that's fair. You guys stay at each other's.
Well, if you guys have like a trade-off like that, but generally,
but you know what Sumo does? That son of a bitch, he'll always leave. He'll hide like 2 $100 bills somewhere.
Oh, so when you say not us Hoosiers, you mean not me?
Well, I don't. What I'm saying is like, and Sumo's let you dick about it. He'll go. It'll be about 2 weeks later. He'll call me up and I go, hey. He goes, hey man, have you checked your toolbox lately? I go, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. He goes, 3rd drawer down on the right. When you go out there tomorrow or today or whatever, you get.
Oh, it leaves a little Easter egg. Gifts.
There'll be a nice little. So as soon as I hang up with him, I run over to my toolbox, which my toolbox is over here. So I got to drive over here, and there's like 2 $100 bills in the in the plier section.
Oh God, it's like Christmas in July.
He always does that.
What a sweethart!
He is the
goddamn sweetheart.
He's the best. And then when I go,
I've never done
call
that.
Call it out. Let me Sumo with $200 in the toolbox.
And then like when I go to see Sumo. Like he goes to Huber's meat market and gets the big rib eyes, and he goes, and then he goes out to this market and gets fresh corns on the cob, and we have a big cookout. And then when I go to Larry's, we always go to Pizza King. It's like this mom and pop place, and get the Royal Feast.
Nice. Is that like a pizza buffet?
No, it's like just a mom and pop. They're only in Indiana. They're called Pizza King, and they're only like maybe 25 of them, maybe 15. And if your town happens to have one, it's really good. And so we always have our Pizza King night when I go to Warsaw. But Sumo's,
are you gonna go to Penguin Point this time, or
Penguin Point is
done?
No, it's over. I'm Penguin. You'll never hear me speak at Penguin Point ever again.
Just Pizza King.
Pizza King, and then of course I'll be at the downtown.
Oh, they got take and bakes too. Do you take one home with you from Pizza King?
No, I don't. We just get the Royal. It's about $30 though.
It's a crustless pizza.
It looks that way.
They go all the way out, huh?
I sent you the website, Bubba.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm on the menu right now.
So the Royal Feast, a special blend of pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, onions, green and red peppers.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Oh, they got a veggie feast.
Yeah. People from Indiana can be refined. See that, Lummy? I mean, see that?
Although I don't know how I feel about the crustless pizza.
What do you mean?
There's no crust. The toppings go out to the edge.
I don't get that.
That's like their whole style.
That's how. Yeah, exactly. They don't have like the toppings go clear to the very end. Like they don't have a rim that keeps the stuff in.
They have a dill butter topping that you can put on the pizza sauce.
Yeah,
dill butter sauce.
Lummy, you know what?
I might
actually get a Pizza King T-shirt. Don't you think?
Oh yeah.
You should wear one on the show. You should ask. You should tell them to see if you can get a free one.
Look what I got on right now, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Warsaw, Indiana. The best is we get the Royal.
Is it the high school?
Yeah, it's right by the high school.
No, I mean like that shirt.
No, this is just.
It just says Warsaw.
Do you guys split a 16-inch Royal Feast?
We'll get 2 of them.
Oh, really? You eat a whole 16-inch pizza?
No. It's going to be me and Larry and his wife and then Larry's mom and dad and then the Merch Crick. And Merch Crick she'll get breadsticks. So, me and Larry could probably polish off a pizza. And Larry's dad's still got a hell of an appetite too. So, I mean, there's 3 men. 3 men.
3 real men.
Yeah.
Not like me.
Yeah. We don't got 3 little. 3 real men. I mean, you talk about Mr. Plumber.
Crust?
He's a real man.
I like that they call their light dressings diet Italian dressing.
Hey, listen.
It's Indiana, dude.
Don't be slipping on my. Don't be sleeping on my. Don't be hating on my pizza.
I'm not. I'm just
Smack.
just laughing. I've never heard it referred to as diet dressing.
Warsaw, Indiana has its own little. I love Warsaw, Indiana. Let me don't forget, I'm doing my meet and greet next Friday.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting
at the Downtown Bar and Grill, and I'm gonna have lunch there on Thursday, and so I'm gonna tell Tommy Clemens, who owns the place, hey, can we get a little corner here full of I don't even know how many people are gonna show up.
Oh, a lot.
I mean, would you say if I got a table, if I reserved a table for 25, you think that I would look stupid, or you think I'll have at least that many?
I think you'd have at least that many.
So
easy.
So I have to see Tommy Clemens he owns the Downtown, by the way.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to see Tommy on Thursday to make these reservations for Friday, which is right after the football game. And at the Downtown Bar and Grill in Warsaw, Indiana, next Friday night. And I'm thinking about like 10 o'clock. Lummy, what should 25, 30?
I'd say 25, at least 25.
Man, I love these Indiana prices. I'm sitting here looking at the menu at the swear to God, Downtown Eatery and Spirits.
And I got to tell you
something.
You
get a burger, a cowboy burger, which comes with cheddar cheese, bacon, Brew City onion rings, jalapeno.
Send me the website, Lummy. And I'll tell you this right now, Brian. It's not bar food. Like, they have a real bona fide.
How can they even afford to sell the food at this price?
Everything. Now you guys know why I love this. It's dirt cheap.
Oh, my God. I could go and live like a king in Warsaw.
But you'd be living in Warsaw.
Hold on. Our food. Hold on. Our food. Look, you can get a Nacho Supreme for $7.99. You can get the onion rings for $6.99. Soups and salad. A full-blown taco salad is only $6.99.
This is nuts.
This is like 96 pricing.
How about a bacon cheeseburger with a choice of signature side, fries, chips, or slaw, $8.99.
$9.
That's cheaper than McDonald's.
Oh, Lummy, this is what
they got a veggie burger.
I'm getting the breaded tenderloin.
Oh, they'd probably make it better than Penguin
Yeah.
Point.
A
fried pork tenderloin sandwich with a side for $7.99.
Yeah.
Or have they lost their GD mind?
How about
Watch
drinks?
out, no pickle, no mayo.
Hold on, let's see about the cocktails, Lummy. Because Brian, you know
I want
about
it
that.
Bubba style. No pickle, no mayo, extra ketchup.
Like, I'm on the cocktail section. Like, are martinis more expensive than cocktails?
Yeah, martinis are like
cocktails,
double, but they're double.
All right,
they're
so
doubles.
a Cosmo is. Oh, they don't have. It looks like they don't have
the prices.
They don't have the prices on that.
Yeah. That may be where they make their money. The food's a loss leader for them.
Yeah.
But still.
Ooh,
Bubba's going to go in there and have a glass of water and a pork chop tenderloin sandwich.
I'll be out for $10 with tip.
Well,
I mean,
be a little more generous.
If it's $8.
Yeah, it's not. There's tax.
Okay, I'd probably, you know what I'd probably do? I'd probably give her a $20 bill and tell her to keep the change, because it's going to cost you $20 to eat lunch anywhere else in the world.
That's amazing,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to,
and you're going to be taking up to 25 tops there.
But hold on.
But they want business.
I'm going there Thursday for lunch for me and the boys, and let's say my bill's $8, or let's say $9.
Well, you and the boys, you're treating the boys, right?
What?
Who are the boys?
Brian.
Oh, I got.
Yeah, he's got a lot of people coming.
Yeah, I'd probably pick up the tab.
Do they have Longhorn there? Or?
I'd pick up the tab if nobody's ordering a bunch of cocktails. Like,
no, nobody will order cocktails.
Then yeah, I mean, you're if you got
I
8
won't
people,
allow them.
You're going to be under $100.
Yeah,
and you'll look like a player. You're like, no, this one's on me,
like,
fellas.
Tommy, make sure I get that one. I used to be able to put it on my Amex Black Card. Now I got straight debit.
You guys take EBT, right?
Trade some Longhorn
gift
cards for him.
Hey, Tommy, do you guys
take the snaps?
Do you guys take Longhorn gift cards? I know you're not associated with the big franchise, the Bloomin' brand, and it's just owned by the Clemens family here. But do you take Longhorn gift cards there, Tommy? Maybe you and your wife could go over to Fort Wayne to Longhorn. Offset the deal there. Let me go into words so I'm on time. We'll come back with the CBS national news on how they reported. Is it
Idalia?
Idalia. Was it
for the people that got their houses and lives destroyed? Yes, it was that bad. But for most everybody else, but that's the way hurricanes go, man.
But hold on, it wasn't the people that lost their houses and maybe potentially a few that lost their lives. The numbers were far less than Ian.
It couldn't have hit in a better spot. Horseshoe Beach.
It's very rural up there, right?
Yeah, Horseshoe Beach is very, very rural, and there are people lost their homes though. It's sad. It's awful.
Yeah, of course there is homes up there, but not on the.
It's not as populated.
Not on the density scale.
No, if that thing had hit Tampa, we'd be talking about into the tens of billions of dollars in
if
losses.
that would have hit
losses.
Tampa, would this studio be gone right now?
This studio would be flooded. Yeah, it would have been flooded.
And maybe gone? I mean, because the winds were, what, 130?
When it hit, like, 125.
It would depend on how it came in, because, we got Pinellas as the buffer, kind of.
Right,
it's
we
like
do.
a nice little speed bump for us.
Right.
I'll tell you right now, Madeira Beach and Tierra Verde and all those places blowed out.
My old place, I would have been, done.
Especially like Tierra Verde, where like those old people condos and stuff.
Yeah,
Point Brittany there.
Yeah, that's where I lived.
Yeah, those were built in the 70s and 80s. They're not built for 150 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, my dad said his whole place was flooded pretty good on the Indian Rocks.
Oh, no.
His house would have
that
been
stinks.
donezo.
Yeah.
Is his house okay?
Yeah, it only did the first floor, like what Dan was
Only?
saying, like the garage area. It's on stilts.
That's
But
good.
Are you going to be over there doing water cleanup this weekend?
Yeah.
Really? Does your dad dispatch you over like everybody else does?
Sure do.
Lummy?
Yeah.
And there's me, and then there's your dad. Like you can't say no to your dad.
No, you guys are equal. You can't say
So
no.
like,
Equal.
what
If you could only save one, Lummy, who are you saving?
Pamper or
if
Dada?
me, you, and your Pampa are on
No, you're Pamper.
Okay, me, Pampa, your real dad, and you are on a life float. We're on we're on an island, and we have to eat somebody to stay alive. Like how's that going?
Who would feed the most people?
Well, I would.
Well,
but
I don't know Lummy's dad.
I don't know. I don't know what Lummy's dad looks like.
No, yeah, he's not that big.
Oh, yeah.
So would you two get together when I was sleeping and hit me over the head with a coconut?
No, listen, he's lived a good life.
I was like, look, I'm just
What?
I'm gonna take my pills and go to sleep. Don't try to eat me.
And I'll be like, Lummy, if we do get off this island, we're gonna be back on the air. Okay, so you want a job or not? Don't eat me tonight.
All right, yeah.
And just so you know, hot dog.
There's not enough soap in the world to make him clean up his act.
Get out of my sight!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Put yourself over.
Show
Your
daddy.
daddy and your Pamper.
His show daddy.
Hey, so dad's lived a good life, Bubba's still got a good 20 years left, 30 years.
How old's your dad?
70.
He might be a little tough though.
Like to eat? You're talking about how you're gonna prepare him?
Yeah, he might be a little beef jerky.
We got a lot of marinade a little bit. Is there any ketchup on this island?
No, I didn't. Hot dog. He's dipping coconuts in ketchup.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about, Bubba, is if the downtown didn't update their food menu since COVID.
Downtown.
I'm telling you right now, Brian, they have the best fucking food. They got like.
Great.
Their website says 2023.
Wow.
I'm just saying,
those are their
man.
prices. That's insane.
I'm
you
just
gotta
saying.
admit that, Lummy. That's
No, it is.
like that's
you said,
nuts.
You can buy. Hold on. In Warsaw, Indiana, you can buy. A fucking mansion
For $500,000.
for $650,000, and talking fucking mansion, like a mansion.
I'm gonna go on Zillow right now and look at Warsaw.
Yeah, do and then send it to me.
Well, that's gonna be Lummy. I don't have the ability. Lummy took that away from me.
on there.
I can't even find houses for that price range.
Oh, you mean as far as anything like that high?
Yeah, there's a few. Hold on. The most expensive house on the market in Warsaw is $899. It's 4,095 square feet. It looks like it's like a farmland. Like you get like a whole farm. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, 2 barns. Bless you.
I'm on Warsaw Zillow too right now.
5.5 acres. Oh, and it's pretty inside.
Money mark the fraud.
Nice wood beams, wooden floors.
It's on the house too.
Yeah. Very nice 2 barns. One of the barns has a bar in it.
Bro, I sent you what Brian's looking at.
It's got like a dance club in like.
Hold on, see, and how much is it?
$899.
Exactly. You could fucking be. Hold on, did you send it to me, Lemmy?
Yeah.
Here, hold on.
It must be the entertainment house.
That is the entertainment house.
I'll tell you if I know where it
Is
is.
it a wedding venue?
I don't know, man, but that was like awesome.
Where's it at?
Oh, that's gotta be a
200
wedding
South.
venue.
This is it right here, $899. So you get the big house, that house. They got I bet you they don't have a pool.
Well, that's rare up in,
Bullshit. Fuck that. That place looks like too much work.
5.5 acres is a lot of work.
Yeah, fuck that.
This place is on the water.
Looks like they got maybe they're doing weddings and stuff in that.
Yeah, I thought it was looks like a wedding venue.
What's the big lake in Warsaw?
Oh, Tippecanoe.
But you get 247 acres for 3.6 million.
You'd be the biggest landowner in Warsaw. You and Tom should look into building a master plan community up there.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
I'm just saying. The nicest one I've seen so far is probably this one for $595, which is 4,200 square feet, but the house is nice.
You didn't like the 6,000 square foot on the lake?
No, did you click on it? It's like half finished inside.
Yeah, I can tell that's why they have not showed it.
They ran out of money. No, this one right here. 1193 South Honeybee Court.
Send it to me, Lummy.
What's a
5-bedroom, 5-bath, 4,200 square feet.
How much was it?
$595. It's 1193 South Honeybee Court.
I'm sorry,
They got no fucking.
It's got a home movie theater.
You sending it to me, Lummy?
I'm trying to look at Brian's.
$595.
I know.
It's the brick one. The nicest looking house in Warsaw.
I'm about over by the lake.
Now get off the lake. This one is
What's it? Sorry, one more time.
1139 South Honeycomb, I think it was. I just clicked off of it.
At the downtown.
South Honeybee. South Honeybee.
1193?
1193 South Honeybee.
Court.
Yeah.
You sending it to me,
Send it to
Lummy?
you now, Bubba.
Oh, but for 1.2 million, they've got this 5,700 square foot house on Stone Camp Trail in Winona Lake.
Oh, that's where I want to live. Send that one to me.
Are you doing real estate in Warsaw?
Yeah.
This $600,000 one's nice,
Camp
Brian.
Trail.
Like five, just 500.
Just the number
Ooh,
5.
this $600,000 one's nice.
It is nice, and I gotta say, I don't know that that this other one is twice as nice.
What?
Stone Camp Trail. This is the one on Lake Winona Lake. Winona Lake.
Winona.
Good.
They have Ashley Lake too.
It looks like it's a...
See, I could fucking retire up there a straight baller.
I just need
But then
everybody
you
in
have
the
to
boat.
live there.
Lummy, send me that fucking
In
link.
Warsaw.
I got
You get
pulled up
bored
one
as
second.
fuck after like 2 days. How many times do I have to this fucking broken bridge?
I want somebody to fix this shit.
Oh shit! Did you see the 1.4 million?
No.
This can't be a house.
These Holyoke.
Oh, it's a.
Spraying a ball against stealing your radio innocence.
How do you feel about frontal male nudity?
Don't worry, he won't be gentle. Now back to the Bubba.
I was right. It was not going to be anything for Tampa. It didn't really be that much for. I mean, it wasn't that big a deal. I'm going to get into
some
it.
people lost. Their homes got flooded out, but yeah, it was no big deal.
And their lives.
And so we were looking at, I'm going to Warsaw, Indiana. I'll be there next week. I fly into Indy tomorrow, and I'll be at the U.S. Nationals, courtesy of SCAG, Fatheads Eyewear, NHRA, and I'm pulling for, of course, Tony Schumacher in the SCAG rail. But I got Leah Stewart in the Dodge Tony Stewart rail that I'm pulling for.
What about Ron Capps?
I got Ronnie Capps in the funny car I'm pulling for. And then I got of course Matt Hagen, and so I got and so I'm going to be going live on our YouTube channel quite often.
Awesome.
So go to our YouTube channel, which we're making we're getting close to $100,000. We're almost at 93,000.
We're so close.
We're so close to 93,000. God, Brian, I mean, isn't that going to be cool when we finally hit 100? I mean, even you being negative, if you get 100,000 on YouTube,
amazing.
That's pretty cool.
That's amazing.
Thanks. So, I mean, Brian, can you see that you could live like an absolute pimp in Warsaw, Indiana?
I mean, that's 1.2 million just outside of Warsaw.
No, it's not outside. Winona Lake is hooked onto Warsaw. Winona Lake is kind of like where the rich people live.
Well, that's why they have. If you look, they call it Winona Lake. They don't call it Warsaw.
Right. It's not.
They're not affiliating.
Well,
with
Winona Lake is not. It's its own little municipality, but it's hooked onto Warsaw.
You mean it's like adjacent to?
It's adjacent to because Warsaw's a city, right?
Yeah, Warsaw. It would be
so
like
Winona Lake's its own city.
So it would be like Tampa, and then like
it would be like
everything
Newport
south.
Richie and Port Richie.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Is this like one of the baddest houses?
That one's pretty bad. But you know what? For $600,000,
bad isn't good.
The other, bad isn't good.
Oh,
but for $600,000, the other one I sent you is nice as well.
Anna, look at that. Now that's the lake. And by the way, Winona Lake happens to be one of the
Show
lakes.
me during January what this place looks like.
This house would be $3 million, $4 million in Tampa.
This would be
$3 or $4 million.
This is a
Show me
This
winter.
is a $3.5 million home in Tampa. And it's what are they asking? 119, 1.2, and you could. It's probably been on the market for a while because you could probably get it for 105 maybe, right?
Yeah.
Why do you want such a big house?
I don't know.
Space to fill.
Yeah, I don't
It's
want
a pain
any of
in the
that. I
ass.
just want a trailer.
Exactly. Be a minimalist.
That $600,000 one was nice, and it was
pretty sick bathroom though.
Is that a sick ass bathroom?
And you got to have a fireplace in your master
If
bedroom.
I could just have like a giant bathroom and like a tiny everything else, I'd be fine.
Does it got like foot jets down there?
It does. It's got foot jets.
Wow.
Hell yeah! You know you're a pimp when you got foot jets.
And Bubba's got pretty feet.
I mean, it's got bedroom after bedroom after bedroom, and then it's got its own theater.
I mean, that's
and then it's got its own. That's
awesome.
That's
unnecessary.
That's
but
the back porch.
Nice. Beautiful.
And back porch, and then that's the back porch looking over the pool. And then look at that. You got Lummy. You got triple covered. So you got a dock, and you can put 4 boats on there. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That may be a shared community dock.
No. They don't have those.
Those are for all my 4 boats.
Hold on, that definitely wasn't in their backyard, though, was it?
Yeah,
because I thought from the pool you could see some other. You see that? How could that be their backyard?
Maybe their front yard.
Oh, you know what? They probably have it. Yep, that you're probably right. They probably have a little walkout.
Yeah,
like that dock is probably like right here.
And I don't think you'd need 4 slips for one house. I think that's because there's a $1,200 a year HOA due, and that's probably to keep up the dock.
$1,200 a year?
Yeah, that's it.
That's not bad.
I know.
Sometimes that's a month around here.
It kind of looks like you pull in here, and then maybe that's where you walk out to the dock right there.
Yeah.
Boom, like that, right?
Down the driveway.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Now wait till you see this one. Now this is
that's a compound.
This is Knox, Indiana.
Where's that at?
I don't know. I think it's about maybe 45 minutes away from Warsaw. But look at that place.
I mean, what are you, David Koresh? Why do you need a place like that?
It's in Stark County.
Let me look at this. Look at it. Own sport court and everything.
Ugh, I hate bright colored walls.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
That looks like kind of more of a
schoolhouse.
Yeah. Looks like a halfway house for crackheads. Anyway.
Oh, that's way out there. It's like dead in the middle between Chicago and Fort Wayne.
Oh, it's
you're like it looks like
in the
about
middle of nowhere.
60 miles south of South Bend.
Yeah, you're in the middle of nowhere. Here's how
south of South Bend.
Hey,
you're in the middle of nowhere.
Damn it.
Here is Nora and how Nora broke down. the hurricane.
On the air with breaking news. At least 2 people are dead tonight as Hurricane Idalia leaves a path of destruction across Florida and slams Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. The video after landfall is stunning. Idalia hit Florida's Big Bend region as a Category 3 storm with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Tonight, hundreds of thousands of customers are still without power. We're hearing stories tonight of survival. Some residents who rode out the storm at home say they had to escape by swimming out of their windows. The National Hurricane Center's advisory is just in. Idalia is now a tropical storm, but the risk of flooding, storm surge, and strong winds continues. And at this hour, there are...
It hit, though. I'll tell you one thing, man. The terrain really ground it down quickly, did it not? I mean, that
land does, yeah.
Well, but more so, I mean, it really ground it down because it was. Did it hit at a 4 or a 3?
Hit it at 3.
It hit it at 3.
At the last minute.
It hit it at a 3, and then, man, like about 10, 15 miles in, it was already down to a tropical storm.
I think it was a 4 by the time it hit, though.
No, it was 4, and then right before it hit, it was a 3. I was following it closely.
They said they measured 135 mile an hour sustained gusts for over a minute. So
John Costica 100 on some late night overnight Willie, and James Green, both on the PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, last day of the month.
But regardless, it was a powerful storm.
Yeah.
But no big deal to you, right, Bubba?
No, no big deal, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
sorry,
your track
sorry
was
to everybody who lost everything, but I was fine. It's an overhyped.
Nothing burger.
I'm gonna call Drunk Dave today and get a track report. How much mud slid? How much material slid down?
Oh, you don't know?
No, I haven't called.
Reports of at least
The 2
one
people that
tornado.
died driving.
Really?
Yeah, one veered
Power
off the
line,
road
Willie?
that might have been drunk and hit a tree. And then
Which could but hold on, and in that part of Florida could happen at any time.
Yeah, that guy was in Gainesville.
That could be Tuesday night at 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah, and then Pasco County, early Wednesday morning after leaving an establishment, lost control of his vehicle while driving in the hurricane. Those are the 2 deaths in the hurricane now.
That sounds like DUI also.
Right, exactly.
Early in the
Newport
morning
Richie.
while leaving an establishment.
Right. Could have been a guy that was leaving the Arapica bar.
Bare assets.
Right, bare assets.
In South Carolina.
The guy was going to die whether it was calm weather or a Cat 5 hurricane. Yeah. He was going to die.
We have team coverage of this historic storm, starting with CBS's Omar Villafranca in Crystal River, Florida. Good evening, Omar.
I mean, I got to tell you, man, it wasn't that far from us that got some pretty good damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, where did the damage... where did the damage start? Like, did St. Pete Beach get any damage?
Yeah, but
flooded, so did Clearwater.
It tracked further west than they originally forecast. If it was 50 or 60 miles east, the eye, we're talking about way more flooding in Tampa. We're talking 2 or 3 more feet of storm surge easily.
But what did, let's say, Fort DeSoto, all up, St. Pete Beach, Madeira Beach, Treasure
Lummy was saying
Island.
The entire first floor garage of his dad's compound.
Tom Bean's condo in the Sand Key area. Do you think they got a bunch of damage?
No, there wasn't
not his penthouse.
There wasn't structural damage to like his house.
Yeah, there wasn't enough wind.
It was flooding.
It was the threat from this was flooding.
Yeah,
so
not winds.
And most of those now have at least the first floor is a blow through, a carport / storage, that's the way the new code has been for years. I mean, clear back to the 70s. You're not going to find anything that's not built on stilts or at least built one floor up that's been built since 75, right? Yeah. I mean, they even the older houses out there are pretty much on stilts,
and
right?
A lot of the ones on the beach are getting torn down.
The first floor Willies?
Yeah.
They're down.
There's barely any of those
Good evening.
now.
Some neighborhoods here in Citrus County are still underwater. This storm pummeled Florida's Gulf Coast with heavy winds and torrential rain. And at its peak, more than 250,000 people were without power.
I got to be honest with you, man. I think if I'm CBS National News, Brian, I try to bird dog a little bit more of a treacherous area with a bunch of stuff. That looks pretty tranquil there.
It doesn't look like anything happened.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a bad thunderstorm, right?
I mean, it doesn't even look like that.
Right.
It's like a normal day.
That does.
I mean, now that does. So they could have positioned him in the aftermath of some stuff that blew down,
or at least taken some branches and twigs and put them around his feet.
Call Gary Grubbs' tree service to come out an hour before the shoot and cut a few trees down, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, in between some trees and stuff.
Hurricane Idalia.
I mean, Ron DeSantis, didn't he have a big tree fall in his house?
100-year-old oak tree.
Yeah.
Roared ashore at 7:45 this morning.
Guys, coming here!
Packing powerful 125-mile-per-hour winds. The storm surge flooded hundreds of miles of Florida's Gulf Coast. The eye came ashore near Keaton Beach, which was nearly washed away by an 8-foot wall of water.
No big deal.
Taylor County, along the state's Big Bend, bore the brunt of the storm.
Now, what if could you survive that? Like if you had like a floaty.
He didn't get hit by anything.
I mean, if you had like a little raft, could you be riding that out?
Bend bore the brunt of the storm.
If you got
the
really
town of
lucky.
Perry took a direct hit. Trees were ripped down. Homes and businesses.
See, they should have had him right there, right there with all that stuff, that big I-beam behind him. That's what he should have been shooting the deal.
Damaged or destroyed, including this gas station canopy, blown completely over.
Jesus.
This woman and her daughter were nearly crushed when this tree fell into their home. Cameras caught waves in nearby Horseshoe Beach crashing into houses. Water levels there peaked.
But I gotta tell you, if that house didn't get swept away on its stilts, it's gonna be okay, right?
Yeah, but I saw some of the overhead footage from Horseshoe Beach, and houses were literally taken off their foundation.
I know, but like on this one, this particular one,
stilts are the way to go for sure.
I mean, that's what it's made for. And boy, they got it perfectly timed, exactly how high they needed to be. Did they not?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
water levels there.
If those poor little beams can hold on, right?
Well, they're more likely to hold on than a full structure because there's less surface area for them to have pressure against.
And they're probably concrete too, right?
Oh yeah, and they're driven down into the ground.
5,000 miles.
Yeah.
9 feet.
How many miles?
5,000.
Emergency.
There you go. That's me and Lummy right there on the airboat. Except we're not going slow. We're doing donuts.
We're not picking anybody up.
No, we're doing donuts, and we got $15 bottles of water we're selling.
They're waving for help. You're waving back.
That's a fan right there. Yeah, Bubba Army. Here's a fleece blanket for you.
We got Bubba Army high res and high vis.
Hopefully the helicopter will see you.
In Citrus County, Yumi Zamora is one of several people headed
Hell yeah, that's what I need.
Higher ground after being rescued. The hospital worker went to bed after her shift and woke up with floodwaters and emergency crews at her front door.
My car was getting on the water, so I just wake up and I start freaking out.
I just got here last week.
So,
were you able to save anything?
Nope.
These rapids are actually in the middle of a parking lot, and this has residents.
Let me think there's some fish in there.
Oh, yeah.
Concerned because they say this water.
Out there just fishing in the middle of the parking lot. You got your cooler. You got
You're on a floaty.
Water
Fresh Fast Seafood's going to have a big sale this week.
From the river.
From the 14 perch that Lummy caught at Walmart parking lot in Perry, Florida.
And draining into the canals where many homes are located.
I got to tell you, even around here, Lummy, the industrial park and stuff, which sometimes retains high water, it all drained perfect.
Oh, yeah, it did.
How's the pond look?
Oh, it's nice right over the pipe.
And that's starting to flood the houses.
Parts of southern Georgia have already received more than 9 inches of rain, and flash flooding is a major concern. Manuel Bajorquez is in Savannah.
You can see
this is Manuel Bajorquez.
Water churning inside the Savannah River, but the concern here isn't just river flooding or.
I mean, this is weather porn. They way go over the top.
Yeah,
now, I know this was a
yeah.
big deal, and there's a lot of people that suffered greatly, but they know this is their time to grab ratings, don't they? And they really keep you riveted.
Yeah.
Coastal flooding.
I mean, Tom Bean would be the best weatherman ever because he would repeat it like 30 times in, 15 different ways. You know what I'm saying, Brian? So, what we got coming in here is 11-foot storm surge. But if you know what I'm saying, like, do you understand what I'm saying? How you
in a lot of time.
You need to get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
That
Like,
could happen
you understand?
with
You with
all
me?
of this rainfall, and high tide doesn't happen until later tonight.
Does Tom know that he does that?
He has to, but I don't think he can help himself.
Has also spun up multiple tornadoes.
Oh,
this car
Christ.
flipped and hit another vehicle.
Oh, cool. I don't think we should be saying that, but I mean, cars flipping are cool, Lummy, right?
Oh,
Tornadoes.
This isn't Monster Jam.
I mean, look, no, but hold on.
The retaining wall saving.
All of this
Hold on.
rainfall and
Hold
high
on.
tide.
This looks like the sprint car at the Winter Nationals last year at my track. Hold on, right here. Look at this.
Idalia has also spun
ready?
up multiple tornadoes.
Look at it.
I mean, that's a tornado just lifting a car out of off the ground.
I mean,
that's pretty crazy.
That's a 5,000-pound car that's just getting flipped up like a Legoland. Look
Car
at this.
flipped
Bam.
and hit another vehicle.
I know another dude.
On a highway outside of Charleston after a twister touchdown. It is unclear if there were any.
Hold on now. Brian, can you imagine being the dude that's driving this car?
No.
You're just driving it along, and all of a sudden you get an updraft Jones, and you're now
For a twister touchdown.
gonna end up smashing that guy, and that guy may have gotten hurt.
Unclear if there were any injuries. A tornado warning is still in effect for several South Carolina counties.
Back here in Crystal River, Florida, the storm surge made roads almost impassable. Boats were tied to houses to keep them from floating away. Philip and Brenda Henley left their home this morning.
That's Crystal River. That's not that. That's what, 60 miles from here, Brian?
Yep, right north.
And the water was already
Hogan's dad
creeping into the house.
Brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. I used to have this house, but it wasn't on stilts. We got a 7-foot storm surge, brother, and I ain't got a house no more, brother. So let me have karaoke night on Wednesday night at Airbnb.
I'm an 8th generation Floridian. I've been here 62 years. This is as bad as I've seen it.
As
this guy with this big boy waders on.
Water level goes down, we're still seeing rescue vehicles speeding around, taking people to higher ground. There are shelters set up for people who don't have a place to stay, but residents tell me it's going to...
Yeah, you know it's going to get rich, Lovey? Gary Grubbs is going to roll in there with all his excavating equipment, man. And he'll have 2 new helicopters probably by December. My boy GG in the house.
Woo.
When I come back, I want to talk about there needs to be a new rule. Congress and the Senate, we can make laws, and this goes on both sides of the fence, and it needs to be you cannot be a politician after 80. You just can't. Your cognitive skills, you're cooked. You're baked. You're a baked potato that's been in too long.
Yeah,
you're a leftover.
Absolutely,
you really are.
We have a minimum age to be president.
Right,
it's not ageist. There's a reason behind it. There's science behind it, and there's clearly a reason and science behind this. I mean, look at the way they used to prop Strom Thurmond up. Now Dianne Feinstein.
Right.
Now we got this guy, and we have Herschel Walker and Fetterman running for office. They're both clearly completely brain damaged.
So what I'm saying is and this isn't a blue or red thing. This is just a politician thing.
I named 2 from each side right there.
Exactly. And I'm like, they need to have a rule that you after 80, now if you're already in office and you turn 80, then you're grandfathered in.
Literally.
But yeah, exactly. But when you lay your hand on the Bible to start your term, if you are 80 and above, you cannot serve. You have to be at least 70. You can't be any higher than 79 in 364 days. If you're gonna,
they should have to take a competency test every year in order to get back in.
Have you ever seen those lights that they do for people with concussions? And they put these lights, and it's kind of like remember the Ask Merlin thing that we used to have as kids, that you'd hit the button in sequence and go do do do, and then
like
you go
Simon,
do 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 do, and you'd have to and as a kid you
Ask Merlin.
I don't know what it was. It was
Simon.
It was a Simon.
Simon says.
Maybe I got the generic version.
John McGrew, $32.
Maybe Ask Merlin was the knockoff that Janie Cakes could afford. Okay?
Right.
But
as you're eating your crispy rice,
I've seen. When Tyler had a concussion from his big flip at my track, right, Lummy? He had a concussion.
Yes.
And we took him to a concussion doctor, and they have a series of tests that you have to do. And even if you were trying to say I don't have a concussion, you wouldn't be able to pass these tests. And they're very primitive. They're just they're basically hand-eye coordination, memory, a little bit of memory, and things like that. And one of them is they have this wall, and it's got it's probably got maybe 8 or 9, maybe 4 rows of, 3 rows of 4. So there's 12. and they'll flash a light on that panel, and you have to touch it, and then it keeps getting faster, and and they can they can see your cognitive ability and your skill set based on how many of the tiles you can touch on the amount, and then they they'll increase the speed, and they'll increase they start it really slow, like you can go like
sure, to assess how bad of a concussion it was.
Like you could be 100, and you could probably when they first start it, get your hand up there and maybe hit that first one, then maybe the second one, then they start turning it up, and based on your age, and then they determine your cognitive skill. They need to do that with our politicians.
I sent you a Merlin commercial. Joe Gondyak, $150.
Last day of the month. Woo. Our boy Joe Who?
Joe Gondyak.
Go Joe Gondyak.
John from Naples, $20 on the Cash App.
What's this right here on me? Oh,
it's a Merlin commercial from the 1980s.
Merlin's a game that you can play.
No,
play it 6 different ways.
See, I see, there was a Merlin.
Yeah.
See?
You
so
were right.
You guys can F off. I had a Merlin.
There was a Merlin before Simon.
Yeah.
Nice fupa.
Some play a tune on Music Machine or try to play Blackjack 13.
Merlin is 6 electronic games in one. It's really fun for most everyone in the family. 6 pinlight batteries not included.
With lights and sounds. 6 games in one. Merlin's a game that's lots of fun.
Merlin, 6 electronic games in one. From Parker Brothers.
Hell yeah.
Could you imagine getting that for a kid today?
First of all,
this is trash.
They would look at it and they would be like, what is it?
I thought you loved me, Mommy.
What does it do? I can't call anybody on it. I can't go on the internet on it. I can't talk to anybody on it. I
can't watch any videos.
So all I do is, let me see. No, what you do is these lights light up, and then you hit the buttons and what? Yeah. These lights go, and you hit, and the faster and the more buttons that you hit in the right sequence, then you win the game. Really, Dad? Yeah.
I'm calling CPS immediately.
I got a full blown race car simulator with a 50-inch screen TV, Dad, that I can do full blown race simulations. Do you think I want to play with some stupid Merlin deal?
I'll be upstairs killing some Nazis. Come on, Dad.
Whoa. That was a little...
What?
Yeah,
it's Call of Duty, man.
I can say he's in his office.
Oh. I think you should have brought the Call of Duty in before the Nazis.
Yeah.
I think you kind of messed up there.
I don't think you can get in trouble for saying killing Nazis.
I don't think you're supposed to bring Nazis up at all.
Okay.
Nazis are bad.
Yeah, they're really bad, Brian.
Super bad.
I began to hallucinate and thought a houseplant was talking to me.
Prescription medication.
Oh, man.
Prescription medication.
Rare delicacy.
It takes a lot of great prescription medication to make the show sound this mediocre. Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Oh, good, because I'm hungry as fuck.
Oh, it's feet.
How far is Keaton Beach to like Fort Walton? You know,
Oh, it's far. Fort Walton's like Panhandle, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Keaton Beach is about 3.5 hours, 4 hours.
Oh shit. Okay. It's all right. So Fort Walton Beach is alright.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They didn't get to
No.
talk to my buddy.
No
that
tea.
lives there.
Oh, I
He sent me pictures. It was perfectly fine.
Good.
It's 3 hours 48 minutes. Good guess, Lemmy. Yeah, it's pretty fucking.
3 hours 48
I
minutes
used
to
to
where?
drive that like
Keaton Beach
5 times a
to
month
Fort
for like
Walton.
5 years. Because I got board tickets 75 to 10.
Michael Keaton Beach.
I used to go 98.
Diane Keaton.
98 is pretty. Like when you go along the Mexico Beach and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice. I get bored driving up.
Yeah, I mean, you can go the way the Tallahassee way and avoid all the beach traffic there.
Tallahassee.
You go 98, you can go 221 down to the coast.
You can power pick it.
But it really could not have hit a less populated area than it did.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, that was the spot.
Oh yeah, because most of the marshes are there. and
Yeah, it's
trailers.
very, very few, like, from a property damage perspective,
That was the place to
that was the place to hit, yeah. Like, if you look there, there's no roads. There's like, there's no major highways.
There's only one road.
The big
There's not a
grocery
city.
store there is a place
highway.
called Walter B's.
There's a Piggly Wiggly right outside there.
Yeah.
You have to drive to 19 to get to it.
What you eating, Bubs?
Piggly Wiggly and
I guess it could have
Steak.
the Big Bend Waste and Wildlife Management area would have been the best.
Interesting combination.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Thanks, Craig.
Sorry.
You sold out, huh?
Yes, sold out. We still have the beach mat towels.
Are we getting low on those though?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
So you're gonna get down and do some blocking drills with the boys from Warsaw High?
No.
I thought you said you were gonna teach them a lesson.
No, they.
Are you gonna wear your Letterman jacket
No.
from 1945?
Are you gonna be handing out headshots?
We're gonna have an autograph session to the practice.
You guys can come buy an autograph. $10 a kid, line up. Mandatory.
Instead of a merch tent?
Have a merch trailer at the game. They'll sell the game out though. There'll be 6,000 people there.
For real?
Yep.
Wow.
It's all for Bubba the Love Sponge.
Well, no.
Only 3 families.
I mean, tell me of a fucking football game, a high school football game here that draws 6,000. Well, I might. Gaither might. I mean.
Now something like
Plant.
Armwood versus Plant might be able to pull that.
Yeah.
Life is a highway.
Oh no, maybe again, IMG.
I wanna ride it.
Yeah.
I'm saying if the team plays IMG.
Yeah.
I'm going
If ESPN was there,
Yeah.
you'd have to have cover. It'd have to be a big spectacle.
I mean,
there.
who's got the best football program around here?
IMG.
Who?
IMG.
Oh, but they're
private.
They have two teams.
I would say the best public school program is Armwood.
What, around here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Armwood, and then Lakeland, and then Plant.
Yeah. Lakeland, where Ray Lewis went, right?
Lakeland's produced quite a bit. What are they, the Dreadnoughts? Or? Yeah.
They got a brand big. They got a big thing.
But
It's huge stadium though.
Armwood's good as fuck, aren't they?
Yeah. Armwood's consistently good.
Life is a highway.
Is that like the Brandon area?
No, that's off of I-4 heading towards Orlando.
I'm trying to think about. Is it just a bunch of really stud, some ghetto?
Just some country boys.
Some what?
It's country boys. That's eastern Hillsborough. Like as far east in Hillsborough as you can go is Armwood. It's right by Gator Ford.
So those are country boys?
Those are country boys.
Currently, according to Max Prep, the top 10 schools in Tampa Bay are IMG, Clearwater Academy International, Lakeland, Tampa Bay Tech, Clearwater Central, Lake Wales, Tampa Catholic, Jesuit, Armwood.
George Steinbrenner in there?
Nah. For some reason, they've not excelled at football.
They got a good baseball team.
Yeah, they've got baseball. Their basketball team's okay. For some reason, they've not done well at football. Those rich kids ain't good at football. You need some hungry poor kids.
Yeah, like Dion says. My defensive linemen have to come from a broken home. Did you hear Dion say that?
Yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah. I mean, there's truth to that. USF was at its best when it was getting kids down in Miami that would have to Bell Glades and they would have to chase around chickens, try to catch chickens down there.
That's why Miami.
It's a tough life.
It's a tough life.
That's why Miami was so good for so long when Schnellenberger cut off pretty much what he said is cut off recruiting from I-4 down.
Yeah,
but it was mostly all the Miami.
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain, taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
we were talking about high school football. I'll be at the Warsaw versus Concord Minuteman. Not this Friday, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow on the 8th for Alumni Night. Warsaw's 2-0 right now. They play Plymouth tomorrow night. They beat Plymouth like 72-0 last year, Lummy. So it'll be the same.
Yeah.
So they'll be going into the Concord game probably 3-0.
Nice.
When I'll be going to the ball game, and we were talking about high school football, and high school football is pretty big in Indiana, but I think high school, like, you know, obviously in Indiana, basketball is very highly regarded with regards to, you know, the collegiate recruiting process.
The collegiate.
But, you know, let me high school football in Florida, like that's one of the 5 hotbeds. You know, like think Pennsylvania.
Really?
California.
Yeah. Pennsylvania, Ohio, California,
Texas?
Georgia, Texas,
and Florida. Yeah. And those are kind of the big schools for and Florida is one of those schools. And so, Lummy, we were looking at the top by Max Preps, which, by the way, that's a great service or a great website. And they listed the top teams of Tampa and IMG, which I don't even know if the average person.
So they have two teams. It's just that's how crazy it is.
But I don't know that the average person that listens to the show, you know, that lives like in Indiana or Iowa, even understands the premise of IMG, because it's unlike anything. I don't know of a lot of these type of institutions in America. And what it is basically they recruit, like when you're in 7th and 8th grade or younger, they recruit you to come to what they call the IMG Academy. And it's the best of the best of the best of the best. And it's one or two things. You either get a scholarship, and you live there, by the way. You live there.
Yeah, it's a boarding school.
It's a boarding school. And you live there. And, like, they do everything like Gatorade. I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but I knew a vice president for Gatorade that I don't know if you know this or not, Brian, but Gatorade actually uses IMG as one of its test facilities. So, like, as they're formulating a new formula and what it might do to athletes and how well it hydrates and zero sugar versus, you know, all the different concoctions that Gatorade's always trying to, you know, recipes and things like that. Well, IMG is one of its test facilities. They'll you know, just like Gatorade started at University of Florida by a guy to try to hydrate the body. Gatorade corporate now actually uses IMG Academy as one of its test facilities. And so, Lummy, is there any other place? I mean, there's probably got to be like that type of concept maybe in 4 or 5 or 6 other places in America. Are there?
Yeah, there's other type of academies like
Mater
that.
Day.
Yeah, IMG is just one of the best.
Bishop Gorman.
So Brian, here it is. You got to get, like, if you're like, let's say you're this, you know, you're a guy who looks like Lummy, but you're in 8th grade. And you're not soft like Lummy, but you're an absolute stud. No, they'll come to you and you live like in, you know, Atwood, Indiana, and they come to you in 8th grade and said, hey, you know, do you want to? And so they what's the promise of that they'll groom you better for college than any other place that you could go to? Is that the sell point? Because, you know, mom and dad don't want little Warren to leave.
Yeah, academics are secondary. Athletic performance is primary focus. And so they'll get you qualified, you know, score-wise to get into schools, but athletically you're going to be there to perform.
Right. So what I'm saying is, though, they go and get these young kids, and you can either be rich and your mom and dad pay $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year for you to go there.
Well, those are the kids that don't really belong there, but they fund everybody else.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, you know, like the dad, you know, the dad who lives vicariously through his son, who thinks his son is the best wide receiver ever, you know, and he did pretty good in high school, you know, or he did pretty good in junior high, and he's a millionaire. And he wants his kid to be on the very prestigious IMG Academy team. They do have, I mean, there's a lot of people that pay to have their kids go there, right?
Oh, absolutely. And then they have kids they give scholarships to, because the kids that are paying 3 times the price.
Right. And so, Lummy, don't they just have like a super team? Like, it'd be interesting to see it'd be interesting to see if you could pull me the IMG. Now they have a travel squad, and then they have a state squad.
No, now they have 3 squads, and now they have a post in case you don't qualify for a school, they have a post-grad team, too. They have 4 teams now.
Okay, now hold on. So they have, what, like a JV team that they just travel like maybe locally, and they'll play like Clearwater High this weekend, and then they got like maybe a Florida-only team, and then they got a team that like will go fly out to California and whip those guys' asses, right? Is that kind of how it goes?
And then they got the post-grad now that plays those small like
colleges.
School, yeah.
Okay. So they'll play like Stetson?
They don't play Stetson, but it looks
Rollins.
like FC Tech and Weber.
They've been around for 10 years playing football going into this season, Bubba. They're 86-7 all time.
Right. Now
and they travel and play the best teams in the country to start the season.
Like
I sent you their schedule.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, this IMG Academy. Is it in Bradenton? Is that where it's at?
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Sarasota.
they've had 18 players selected in the NFL draft between 2018 and 2023. So in a 6-year period,
this is what they're selling to the parents, right?
Yeah, in 3 NFL players on average per year come out of this high school program.
So hold on, 3 NFL guys a year came through this place.
That's what they're averaging because they've only been around for 10 years. So if you take their first graduating class and go, they're averaging 3 NFL draft picks, not players, draft picks a year out of this high school.
They got a national team, a varsity white, and a varsity blue. Now, it looks like the
varsity white is all white kids. I'm just kidding.
and so the national team, man, I mean, they're playing in Tennessee. And by the way, I know Indiana, and Ben Davis is like the number, they're always top 10 in Indiana. So like all these schools are probably,
Center Grove, going into the preseason rankings for this season, Center Grove, Indiana, was the number 33 overall team. They were the number 1 team ranked in the state of Indiana, according to this site.
But
and then
33.
You had Cathedral down there.
Is this 6A?
What's that?
Is that 6A?
Well, this is just national rankings, irrespective of the
Now, let me if you look at the national team on IMG, I've never heard of Bartram Trail or Ida's Baker in Florida. Have you?
No, I have not.
Like, I mean, what the hell is that?
I don't know.
So then the varsity
Bartram Trail's the number 58th ranked program in the entire country.
And Ida Baker has a high school in Cape Coral.
It's probably real good.
Probably, yeah.
So then it looks like the varsity team, that's the national travel squad. They do play, it looks like maybe 3 games in Florida.
Yeah.
All together. Boom, boom, boom. Now, the varsity team looks like they play. Are they playing in London?
It looks like there's one against the NFL Academy.
What do you mean the NFL Academy?
I have no idea what the NFL Academy is.
That's probably international players, high school players that they have over there.
Wow. And then this here, Lummy, these are 23 and 24-year-old guys who didn't get drafted, right?
Yep.
And or didn't make it to college. And they're playing Weber, and these guys probably do pretty good too.
Yeah,
so the
actually
NFL
doesn't hurt their eligibility either.
The NFL Academy is 70 players aged 16 to 19 from all over the world that have been identified by the NFL and brought into this academy. They've got kids from Nigeria,
Lummy, can
all
you send
parts
me
of Africa.
Can you send me a roster of the national team? I like to see, like to see how big they are. Like, I mean, are their linemen 6'6", 300?
I sent you their website.
You did?
Yep.
All right, cool. This is the IMG. What is it like? If let's say, Lummy, that you're super, you're not that gifted, but your dad's a zillionaire. What's it cost a year to go there? You think?
The NFL Academy? Oh,
No, the
IMG.
No, I don't want the NFL Academy website. I want the IMG. I want the roster.
Oh, I thought you said the international team. That's
I want the IMG's national travel team.
Okay.
I want their roster to see how big their horse is up front. Because, Brian, I mean, I think Warsaw probably averages, and they're 6A, which is the largest you can be. They probably average 6 foot to 6'2", maybe 6'3", 250 to 300. Those are pretty big boys. But I think there's a next level, and I think IMG is probably that next level, and I'm saying their linemen are probably 6'3" to 6'6", 275 to 335. Damn near.
That's big for high school. You so like I'm looking at their roster here.
I'm not. I don't have it. Lummy doesn't
6'4",
seem-
290, 6'3", 285.
Can you share it with Lummy?
I already sent it to you, Bubba.
Well, no, I just got it now.
I sent it like 5 minutes ago when he asked for it.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so they're high school kids, but it's the thing with IMG. The difference between them and these kids are on such a nutritional and weight and health program that this is all good weight that they're putting on. This is all top level performance weight.
All right, so I mean, okay, so we're in the this is the sections here. So, these are the big boys. Defensive lineman junior 6'4", 245. Defensive lineman 6'2", 235. Offensive lineman 6'1", 325. Offensive lineman senior 6'3", 300. Defensive lineman 6'2", 300. 6'5", 265. 6'5", 290. Listen to this one, Brian. Sophomore offensive lineman 6'6", 280. 6'6", 275, 6'5", 285, 6'4", 290. I mean, those are some big boys.
Yeah, they got some big boys.
I mean, that's not your average offensive line in high school.
No.
I don't think so.
Their tuition, if you want to have boarding, is between $65,000 to $87,000
a year.
Yeah, depending on age, boarding and grade of a student.
What are their? I can only imagine what their facilities look like.
We got to understand that those kids that are paying to go there are funding 2 or 3 other kids to get to go there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the idea because they give scholarships.
I mean, plus though, I mean, they probably get a ton of, Nike and whatever. I mean,
I think they're Under Armour sponsored.
Are they?
Yeah.
Here is Mitch McConnell. This goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Brian, can they ever come up with a law that is voted on by the people and you and it's like a referendum?
It'd have to be through the Constitutional Convention or a convention of the states. Yeah, you can, but it's almost impossible to do
When's the last time we had like a national referendum? I can't even in our lifetime.
I don't think it's happened in my lifetime for sure.
Right. And that's what, like something that's on the ballot for all of the people of our country to vote for.
Yeah.
I can't even think, maybe Alexa would know. Hey, Alexa, when's the last time we had a national referendum?
This might answer your question.
Is that the right question, Brian?
The last time we had a national referendum was in 2016.
Oh.
About what? Hey, Alexa. What was the 2016 national referendum about?
From cornwall.gov.uk. The national referendum on Britain's membership of the European Union was held on Thursday, June 23rd, 2016.
The 27th Amendment was the last.
Hey, Alexa, be quiet. Shut up. Lose your hole. The 27th Amendment was the last time.
There was a problem with the requested skills response.
She didn't know what lose your hole means.
Lose your hole, bitch. About to get mines.
Yeah, it was originally put up in 1789.
All right, so in 1789 they proposed the 24th Amendment, right?
At the time it was
they were thinking about it.
Yeah.
All right, and then when did it finally get voted on?
So as the Congressional Apportionment Amendment was not ratified by enough states, the proposed Congressional Pay Amendment was largely forgotten until 1982, when Gregory Watson, a 19-year-old sophomore at the University of Texas, Austin, wrote a paper in which he claimed the amendment could still be ratified. He later launched a nationwide campaign to complete the ratification. The amendment eventually became part of the U.S. Constitution effective May 5th, 1992, completing a record-setting ratification period of 202 years, 7 months, and 10 days.
Yeah. So by the time we come up with a national referendum, which would be the 28th Amendment, that was the 27th, right?
Yeah, the idea behind it was to reduce corruption in the legislative branch by requiring an election before a congressperson's salary increase takes effect.
Yeah, big deal. How about this? You can't serve after 80. How about that? How about the 28th referendum? The 28th Amendment should be, thou cannot be a politician after the age of 80 because you're done. You're done.
I'd be more comfortable with like a competency cognitive test because some people.
No, that's on interpretation.
You can have both. You don't have to. It's not mutually exclusive.
Okay,
you can have an age limit and a competency limit.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
something.
Thank you.
God, I wish
She's so mad that we talked about
wish
football.
it was Wednesday.
And all
I
she
gotta
has
get
to,
it out. I didn't come yesterday.
All she has to do is start to look at sports a little bit.
Crochet or something.
No thanks.
Crochet.
No, she could literally take 20 minutes a day to learn a little bit about sports. It wouldn't kill her.
Can't do it. Because some people experience like early onset Alzheimer's, dementia, and stuff like that. So I don't think it should just be a cutoff at 80. And some people are like sharp as a tack, into their 90s, depending on how they.
And some
live.
people at 30 are smart enough to be president and worldly enough to be president, but we don't let them into the club.
So you just got to have a hard. You just got to have a hard cutoff, regardless if Grandpa's sharp or not. And the bottom line is, you cannot take office if you're over 80.
And let's face it, when the
that
Constitution
is fair to everybody.
When the Constitution was drafted, we didn't have people living to 90 years old serving in Congress.
People died at 62 back then.
If they were lucky.
I mean, like 62 would be like 105 right now.
Yeah.
And who'd have to vote for this, Brian?
We just have to have a constitutional convening or
so here's Mitch
get the
McConnell.
states to ratify it. It'd have to be proposed.
It does get a little tricky, though, because if there's like a watchdog group that is saying, well, this person is competent, isn't competent enough, then, are they disqualifying people because they just don't like what they're about?
That's why you just have a hard cutoff number, because you can't have any type of committee that is going to have to rule on somebody's cognitive
I know, but
skills.
then you get people like John Fetterman slipping through the cracks and stuff like that.
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
In his, 50s?
You're going to have a few slips through the cracks, but you're also going to be able to stop these old bastards right here. And the guy that's the president wouldn't be able to run again.
Yeah, the net catches most of the
there
fish.
You go.
I understand.
So here's the new rule: you cannot be a politician after the age of 80. You cannot take office if you're 80 or above. Now, if you take office and you're still 79 by some way, shape, or form, that's great.
You just run out.
You just run it out. That's your last term.
I am actually comfortable with this given like the demographics of the United States.
Yeah.
Places like Japan or places in Italy where people are living well into their hundreds and sharp as a tack. But for most people who treat their bodies the way that they do and have like the standard American diet, most people are getting dementia in their 70s and 80s.
Here's the thing, though, Bubba. Under your amendment, McConnell would still be in. He started his turn at 79.
No, but he wouldn't. This particular incident, he's talking about re-election. We wouldn't have any of that nonsense.
No, but I'm saying this term, what he's currently in for,
would be okay.
He'd be like this. This is what you'd get.
Well, again, you're not eliminating the problem.
Hold on,
but you're mitigating it.
The way we are getting, but the way it stands now is that he is already planning on running for the next.
Is he? Didn't really have an answer.
Yeah, well, he is.
when he was asked.
So what I'm saying is like, okay, you got last couple of years, Grandpa's pooping his pants and not knowing where he was. But God, Jesse Helms and that, and again, you mentioned a few others that are just get out of here, man, get the hell out of here.
It's Jesse Helms, Strom Thurmond, Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah,
or you can make the cutoff 78 so that nobody's in their 80s.
I like that even better.
So that you can't even be 80.
Let's make politicians. Let's get more, 40.
Let's get. Well, I'm talking about.
What's the average?
Depending on what position it is.
Like Moscow Mitch is going to be in there for a while.
But hold on. What is the average age of the Senate, and what's the average age of Congress?
Oh, Congress is much lower.
Yeah, they got like
I understand.
AOC
And they also have more numbers.
So the U.S. Senate is 64 years old.
That's about 10 years too old.
That's average, too.
Mm-hmm. And then the Senate is 63.9.
Oh,
yeah, you just said
that
Senate.
was that, yeah.
Yeah, and the House
Congress.
is 57.5.
Yeah. So, what? We need some 45s and some 50-year-olds in there. That's when you really start.
There are, but not
a
enough.
lot.
Yeah, not enough.
But we got this guy in there.
Vagina neck.
Running for re-election in 2026.
Can I tell you what this reminded me of? This was my face when that guy at the restaurant told me I ate eel. It was just
for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you know what Naba did yesterday? She sent me this all the benefits of eel meat, and I said F you, bitch.
About what? Running for re-election in 2026.
Old girl gets in there quick. Not quick enough.
He's having
Did
a
you hear the
stroke.
question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Yeah.
Anyone home, Grandpa? That's scary.
I'm
He
sorry,
like
you all
doesn't
were gonna need a
blink.
minute? Senator. Penny.
I mean, this is sad.
This is sad, and you know
this
what?
is just sad. It's that this is even happening.
And
Is
here's
it maybe
and,
a little funny?
And here's
no,
the,
it's sad. It's beyond funny. It's into sad now.
And here's the deal.
Not bad.
Here's the deal. Like, we vote these people in.
I know.
Like it's our own fault.
Well, they're saying that it might have happened when I think he fell like a year ago.
Yeah,
And
he's been having health problems.
And he's having little strokes.
But listen, he's not the only one that looks feeble.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a handful of them, and one of them is the boss.
Yeah, Grandpa Joe.
Grandpa Joe. I mean, it looks like he's singing in his head when he walks. Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking out the door. Like when you're learning how to walk, he shuffles every day. I'm shuffling. He does the stingray shuffle.
I will say,
on ground.
I will say that with the amount of media coverage and access now that presidents have, I think if we had seen Rappin' Ronnie towards the end of his,
agreed,
it would be the same exact reaction. And that's why it doesn't matter the party. Biden should not be running for office again.
And Rappin' Ronnie got shot. Like, let's not forget, Rappin' Ronnie got shot. And supposedly, I was reading a documentary on that, is that the press and everybody really kind of downplayed it, but it was, I guess, for about a 12-hour period, it was touch and
he
go.
almost died. He definitely almost died.
Are you hearing the same things, Brian? Like it was really, really, really touch and go.
Yeah, no, there was a big fear that he had been assassinated.
And they had they really kept it from everybody. And nobody, they really downplayed it. You know, they downplayed how badly he was shot, but
nowadays it would be the president died and there's a body double now, and it's not really Ronald Reagan.
Right.
It's a body double. I mean, people are nuts right now.
Hello. Does Chuck Grassley still have his mind?
Hello?
Chuck Grassley.
Still have what?
His mindset.
Somebody was on the air.
I don't know.
Well, my only issue with putting the age limits on things like this is that if it's the will of the people to vote for people like this, or even John Fetterman, then shouldn't you get what you want if they're voted in by
the issue
democratic
is
process?
The way the process is set up, it favors incumbency so much that it's not necessarily the will of the people
to get in.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
not
race.
even really the will of the people, and you cut down on corruption. I mean, there needs to be term limits.
Yes,
this needs to be a complete package on reworking Congress in
It's
America.
not a career position.
This isn't a career. You cannot lobby for a period of a decade. So if you're choosing to go into this, you can't do it because I'm going to get money from this company and I'm going to be a consultant here and do this and do that. No, you're doing it because you're serving the nation, which is the original intent.
And my number, which we can discuss this, but my number is 4 terms. Like, that would be the term limit, 4 terms.
For Congress and Senate, you mean?
Well,
I mean, in Senate, you're still talking 24 years,
No,
dude.
not in Senate. Then I would do a year, because obviously in Congress it comes in increments of 2, and Senate comes in increments of 6.
Well, you can modify it to each position.
You do 3 and 3.
I would do 3
and 3.
I would do
3 terms in each.
Or you do a collective of 12 years or
That's
whatever.
24 total if you did 3 in each.
I would do 16 years. That's the most. That's the number. However you get there, you get there.
What about for like Supreme Court justices?
Well, that's for
lifetime
life.
appointment.
That's for life.
I know.
I don't like that, and I don't like federal judges being appointed lifetime either. I don't like either one of those. But I think that's a lesser of a problem than Congress and Senate, in my opinion. I mean, right, Brian? I mean, these.
Yeah.
But let's just be honest. If we're gonna be intellectually honest, the federal judges of this country, that's what runs the country. Those are the sling and D's that really make policy and that really determine what we're doing. Would you not agree?
It's the
and it's all a big game.
I would take with that is that is reactionary. So the immediate change occurs in Congress and with executive action. the federal government reviews it and either sets it in stone or changes the direction of the train, so to speak. So I would say that they have that, but they're not out there setting policy at the initial outset. They're adjusting or reacting to policy that has been set.
Right. Now, but if you're looking at Congress, Senate, federal judges, and Supreme Court judges,
and
you're basically
presidents.
You're not looking at them because they have a 2-term limit.
Oh, okay, but they're included already.
But they're in rule.
Yeah,
they're you can't because they got that dialed in 2 terms.
Sure.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I would even I would even maybe bump that up 1 and make it 3. That a president could go 3 if he was that well liked, he or she, if they were that well liked. But we got 8. We're good.
All right.
But you know what? Basically, now federal judges and Supreme Court justices, it's actually for life. Like it says, for life. Like
NWO, baby.
That's the rule.
Till
for
the bitch
life.
die. Yeah.
Now with Congress and Senate, it can be for life if you're a Jesse Helms or a guy like this and you win every time. Like nobody has a chance to because you.
Or at least there's like an election.
But there is an election, right? You have to go through the process. But I don't like the for life or no term limit deal. I don't like that. That to me leads to that might be one of the reasons why we're in the conundrum we are right now. In the gridlock.
Which one? We're in so many.
That's what I'm saying, and it's all because of special interest, gridlock, big pharma, lobbyists. That's what all. Listen, lobbyists can't do near the lobbying to a person that's been there 1 or 2 years as compared to a guy like this that's been there 40 years, right?
Yep.
You just can't. The junior senator of 2 years. That guy ain't got nothing for the most part. You're not going to really.
Isn't it all the people that are in committees and isn't that where the real power lies?
The boss,
the senior members of Congress.
I sent you a website that shows like the ages of everyone in the House of Representatives by oldest to youngest. If you wanted to look at that too.
Is Dianne Feinstein the oldest?
And that's a joke. That's you know what though? The Dianne Feinstein thing. That insults my intelligence.
You missed it.
That insults my intelligence that we allow some wheelchaired up bitch to roll in there that she can't even wipe her ass. That should be a rule. If you can't wipe your ass and walk
or stay awake.
What if you have no arms?
You can't. You know what? You're done.
You get yourself a Holly.
Yeah, get yourself an assistant.
If you scroll down, it's scroll down.
She has an assistant.
Hello.
Hey, Bub, it's Dave.
Hi, Dave.
From West Palm.
Dave from West Palm. I forgot to put that part in.
We know who you be.
Hey, Brian, got a quick question for you. I remember back, 5-6 years ago, they talked about, instituting the 25th Amendment for Trump. But it's obvious. Why is there no talk about 25th Amendment for Biden?
I mean,
clearly
they can bring it up. Nobody's stopping them from doing that. Yeah. It was, nobody's stopping them from.
Because the fix is in, buddy.
But I'm with you. I mean, I think there are definite cognitive signs and issues there, and the fact that the Dems are going to run with him again,
man,
it befuddles me to the beyond comprehension.
I cannot wrap my head around that.
I can't either.
Because you do have some alternatives.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Gavin Newsom he looks
He is a demon from hell, but at least he's awake.
He is. He's a demon from hell.
That's fine.
But you know what? He's a demon from hell, but he's a hell of a lot more. He's better than what you got now.
Oh man.
I mean, he's sharp. He has some W's in California.
He's talking about the time he almost lost his Corvette in a fire in his kitchen while he's touring Maui's burnt to the ground.
For the 37th time.
Anything, Dave? Anything else?
Well, I was going to ask one more question.
All right.
If we've got a 25th for the president, how come we don't have something similar in Congress for the congressman?
Yeah, because we don't have an amendment for it. That's what we're talking about right now is the need for a constitutional amendment. The 25th is an amendment. That came into being after the fact.
And the last amendment, the 27th Amendment, they started talking about that in 1798. So maybe if we start talking about this new one here, like in 207 years from now, with which I don't even think we're going to be a country. I think we're going to be done. I think
it's over for us. You think
we're going to Civil War ourselves right down to zero. I'm thinking. Anyway, hey, thank you, Dave from West Palm. I mean, what's worst case, best case here? As we
I love this game.
As we continue to hate each other and they continue to divide us, I mean, they just decisively are dividing us. And if you care, you can't help but be mad at the other side based on the propaganda that they feed you.
Based upon the way these choices are being presented as diametrically opposed and an us versus them enemy type situation. The reality is the stuff that really matters, we agree on way more of it than we disagree on.
And here's the deal. But this clown show of indictments and the Hunter Biden distraction and the tit for tat. Hunter Biden gets in trouble. We got another indictment for Trump. Like they are absolutely.
Well, you bury a story with another story.
But I mean they are absolutely, Brian. I've never seen it at each other's throats. I've never seen it like this in my entire life ever. Have you? I mean, it's unbelievable how much they are, all the propaganda and how much they want us to hate each other.
But then you ask who is they? This they you speak of?
The government.
Well, I think it's far deeper than that.
Okay, where do you?
Globalist
you
stuff.
think it's like
the globalists want the peasants to fight so that they don't go after
the
people that are really pulling the strings.
They don't eat the rich.
Like the George
yes.
Soros.
They saw what happened, with the proletariat uprising with the bourgeoisie, and they're trying not to recreate that. So that's why they have this. What is it? ESG score, that sort of thing, where it's like, hey, I'm on your side. I'm on the quote the people's side of we need to increase the minimum wage and we need to.
I mean, that's been
going
back to the Rockefellers and all of that.
Sure.
I mean, this is a tale as old as time.
I never said it wasn't.
But the difference, you've got multiple. It's not just the globalist. You've got Russia and China, BRICS now emerging to destabilize the United States. They see how easy it is to do it. You don't need to spend billions of dollars on military infrastructure. You just need to keep the country at odds with each other. Make them fight a social civil war, even if it's not an armed civil war and uprising. And so I think, and any great nation falls eventually. You're not the leader of the world forever. I mean, it just never happened, right? Mm-hmm. So the problem is we are accelerating our race to the end.
You think we're in
line.
the twilight of our nationhood? At least of our superpoweredness,
yes,
perhaps.
We're in the twilight of our superpowerness.
Brian,
eventually, the dollar is not going to be the global standard.
No.
And so, how does the end, in your opinion, Brian, how does the end begin?
I think we've started
that process.
We're in chapter 3 of the story now. I mean,
how many chapters are there? Like 10?
I mean, it might be a 5-chapter book. We're halfway through the end of where America being a global superpower, the global superpower.
I think it starts with there's no unifying identity of America. Much like when Rome got too big for its britches. What did it mean to be a Roman? It was too big, because some people were, what would you call it? The Goths, and other people were in Egypt, and other people were in like Syria, and there was nothing unifying them and their identity.
It starts with us hating each other,
and they've got
that. They've got that.
But there's no
locked in.
identity.
I know, but they've locked that. That's locked in.
Yeah.
And so we hate each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get us.
You get all these subgroups that start popping up and trying to take and seize power.
Right, and then you get the cancel deal, and now you have a means you have a means to deliver your message via any type of platform. There's all kinds of platforms.
That's kind of the different ingredient that we haven't had in the past, where everyone can have a platform. So it kind of mixes things up a little bit.
Well, the problem is though it leads to what we have, which is misinformation, disinformation, and the ability to polarize people in a way that we've never had the ability to do before. So it creates an instability in our system that we haven't experienced, because unlike those other nations that Anna listed and those other empires, the United States doesn't have that problem. We're not spread out. We all, for the most part, speak a common language. We all have common traditions and cultural traditions that, even in the worst of things here, we still do, right? We all still, 95% of Americans still celebrate Thanksgiving. Even Jewish people celebrate Christmas.
Wait, hold on.
holiday season.
So when we don't celebrate Thanksgiving is when it's over?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that to be. But what I'm saying is, we have a commonality. It's not like we lack commonality.
But we have completely different values, though. You know, so yeah, we speak common language. We celebrate the same.
Canceled.
We have the same holidays.
Lummy, I'm worried about Thanksgiving getting canceled.
There is still more that unites us than divides us. The problem is we are being
the only thing that unites us are the Olympics. That's the only time we care about
I
the
wouldn't
fellow
even say
American.
that.
We're being force-fed the stuff that divides us, and the stuff that divides us is really deep down stuff that really, truly doesn't matter.
It really
to
doesn't.
us, and but it does matter to a lot of people. Consumes a lot of their life.
Trans issues are not like the way they've been amplified and in the media and in social media, especially, and all this. It's not reflective.
I agree with you, but for some people, that's like the bedrock of their politics.
But my whole point is this: it's because of social media and because of the new age that we live in. This wouldn't have happened 40 years ago.
Correct.
And
it's just amplified. I agree.
The amplification.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, there's a black little mermaid. Oh my God, and everyone like goes crazy, or the Target thing. Everyone goes crazy. You're right. These issues don't matter, but
when
they
there's
amplify
only a
them.
newspaper and a television. And to get your news, you know, the television station wasn't going to report on the Target issue.
You didn't have 50 different opinions coming in all the time. I get that.
We're done. We're done. I think we're in chapter 3 of a 6-chapter book.
Oh, you got 50% completed?
Yeah.
Oh,
and so,
bad.
Brian, as
unloading.
As it starts getting worse, does it get into martial law? Is that what we get into?
I don't think it gets that bad for us.
35, Lummy?
35.
Time for another bathroom break. We'll make sure they wash their hands.
Gross, your mouth was open.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Oh, God. Dog hates Brian.
He hates Brian?
Oh, yeah.
That dog knows.
I know, yeah.
Good boy, girl, baby.
That dog knows. Good people. He fucking loves me. That dog loves me more than anything in the world. Fuck you, Mitch McConnell. Get the fuck off. Get the hell out of here, you old bitch.
Here, I don't know if you want to
Hold on.
watch this.
Okay. Thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026.
Boo Bear?
What?
I sent you a video on the 7 signs of an empire in decline. It's only like 6 minutes, so maybe you want to see that. See that now? It's kind of a dated video, but it just kind of goes over 7 things. I feel like we've got like 6
tribes, army.
I'm gonna play it all. We need to. It's Friday.
Well, it's our Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I didn't miss coming in yesterday.
You didn't?
I did miss. Like I was sad.
Did you have a little anxiety?
No, I had a lot.
You had a lot of anxiety.
And you amplified it this morning.
But, oh really? But your pictures were cute as fuck.
They were, weren't they? I was jacked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw
Or shredded, rather.
when I saw them, like, hell yeah, that's gonna be a good picture for her.
Yeah. All right, I gotta make TT.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, Brian, you take care of chat. They love you more than
got
anything.
Yeah, chat loves me so much. As soon as anything political comes up, even if they agree with me, I'm a libtard.
You're a lib.
Yeah.
Snowflaking.
Yeah.
Fucking libetard. Woke. Soy boy. Say it.
That's it.
See, if you say what you are before they say it, then it takes their sting away.
That's it.
Say, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. I don't know if I've had eel. I've eaten a lot of sushi. I've had umi. So I've sea urchin.
You had sea cucumber?
Sea cucumber?
Yeah. The dried sea cucumber. It's supposed to make your dick hard. So the Asians think.
Did it work for you?
I don't know. I've never.
You've never taken it orally. You've only taken it rectally.
It tastes like complete asshole. Like, I mean, it's literally a...
Tell me, what level are you on Monopoly? Or could you quit Monopoly?
I'm 103.
Oh shit, you're catching up to me.
Oh, you're really not that... You're so far ahead of me.
What are you guys playing?
I'm at 148.
Yeah. Ashley's at like 136.
What are you guys playing?
Monopoly on the phone.
Yeah, we're fucking losers.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, you need something. I mean, you need something. Now, let me. After you get 5, that protect your house,
Yeah.
If you were to get like 50, do you get 50 or do you only get 5?
No, it keeps building up. So what I can see.
I would agree with
but the
that
problem
statement.
is that the game fucking knows how to keep repeats, so they keep sending people to your thing to try to take it out.
I know.
So you're always spending it.
Oh, so when they
I'm not into screwing
but when they do a bank heist, does that really come out of your money?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, bank heist, and then it also takes your little defense things down too, and they try to smash your building down.
I know. But like, sometimes I'll have like a 10 timeser, so I'll have a lot of fucking, I'll have a lot of dice, and so I'll do a 10 timeser, and I'll hit a guy, and I'll do like a fucking $400 million fucking bank heist. He didn't have that kind of money, did he?
Usually, if you're at that level, you do.
Really? I took $400 million from that guy?
Yeah.
And when it says they took that much from me, they take that much from me too?
Yep.
Well,
Brian's getting his phone out to download it.
No, I'm not. I'm checking my messages.
I'm gonna look at my friends and see what's happened timeline.
Oh, you like friend people?
So here it said, huh?
Oh, you mean the people that have broken into your place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It said this one guy just collected $500,000 from me. Guy 145,000, 3.53 million, 250,000. That means they really took it from you?
Yeah, because if you look at like,
I mean, like, would my account show that much less?
Yeah, like it says steal money from your opponent.
Or you can get revenge.
Yep.
Your father's coming in soon to grab
He doesn't like you.
She does lick my hand.
Wait.
you. Likes you better than Jay. Oh my god. Never mind. Never mind.
She's so weird though. She licked my hand, realized, and then she's
Yeah,
like,
then
oh.
Listen, she's a woman. She changed her mind.
She loves me though.
She loves me too.
Come here.
Her number 2 and 3 people are me and Anna.
Oh yeah, after her father.
Yeah. But I think that she really likes me more than her father because she knows I'm his boss. So he's got her conditioned to do that.
You got the better food.
Yeah, I'm fasting, so I
I
don't
just have
want
that kibble
to
shit. She doesn't like that.
Nutty. Your boy was on Rogan yesterday.
Who was?
Oliver.
Fucking
Oh, I
Oliver
saw that.
Jones, Oliver.
Was it good?
Honestly, it was boring as fuck. I listened to 5 minutes.
Who's that blonde on TV? She's hot as fuck.
You are about to enter the Bubba Spin Zone. Are you sure you want to do this?
Toss the salad.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, we can't forget to do our super beats.
Oh, no, we can't.
Should we do 2 today?
Yeah, for tomorrow. Yeah.
Are we on for next week or not? I don't think we are we? Let me see. Damn it. All this housekeeping stuff. Sorry.
This is Anna's music.
Yeah.
My people.
Her people.
From the Fertile Crescent.
No, Lummy, when we're on vacation, we're not on.
Yeah, sweet.
So if I do 2 today, then we're good as hell.
How long are you guys on vacation, sir?
Till the 11th?
The longest we've ever been. An entire week and a day. Wow. 6 broadcasts, which is the most we've ever had, ever.
Don't forget, though, you can still continue to donate and support the show.
Yeah.
And we'll call them all out.
Nothing would be greater.
In fact, you should do a giveaway of some sort for the person who donates the most while you guys are gone.
No, see, Brian, you got to give him a little bit of relief. You just can't keep hammering him, okay?
You don't have to.
But, Lummy, you can have a heartfelt reason to support your blood pressure if you like. And more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. And that's where Super Beat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support a healthy blood pressure lifestyle and promote heart-healthy energy. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Over 30,000 5-star reviews and growing. They're a convenient way to support healthy blood pressure. Super Heartbeat Chews are plant-based, and so they're easy to add to your routine. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix or prepare. Super Beets is the #1 pharmacy-recommended brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure support that you can trust. Brian steals Dan's Super Chews. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews with 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Again, that's GETSUPER Beets, BEETS, getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. Thank you, Brian. Anna sent me this video. It's pretty long, but I think it's very interesting.
It's a little dated, but
it is a little dated, but I think it's dead on. I mean, I think it's. I'd like to play it, especially with Brian in here, as we were talking about. Man, I think, honest to God, that not during my lifetime, maybe not during my son's lifetime, but in the next 2 or 3 generations, we are not going to necessarily be a country. I mean, we might be the United States of America, but it might be like Mad Max. It might be like martial law around here. I don't know.
Burning Man everywhere.
Or we might be China. We might be China West.
Oh no!
You know what I'm saying? I just because the route we're going now, from where we are destroying ourselves from within, which we are, because of the 2-party system, well, among other things. But would you not agree that the 2-party system
Do you prefer a 1-party system?
No, I prefer a 3. I prefer a 3-party system is what I would. You know what? I would prefer a 4, but I'll start with a 3. If we had a 3-party system, that was equally,
we do,
that was
but
equal, not really,
not equal parts, but we do have many parties.
Not only equal parts, but not even equal funding and equal federal rules.
The rules are slanted to keep it a 2-party.
Of course.
I mean, if they made rules where, hey, we're going to have a 3rd-party system and they're going to be equally funded, equal rules, equal footing, equal representation, equal everything, things would be different. You could have independent thinking. You wouldn't be bought and paid for as much, or at least I guess the lobbyist has to buy 3 people off instead of just 2 now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
Well, no, it just makes the voting a whole lot more interesting on issues.
It does.
It's not like we know right now you can't get that passed through Congress. That can't happen. That can't happen. That can't happen. Well, if you had pluralities rather than majorities, then all of a sudden everybody matters a lot more.
If you had 33.
Even if you didn't split it evenly, if it was 40-40-20.
I know. If you just had enough independents to throw a wrench into the domination of the other 2, right? All you need really is 10, right?
Yeah. 45-10 would be good.
Yeah. I'll take 45-10 all day.
Right. But then would that lead to less things getting passed?
No, we're already at less things, fewer things.
Right.
I understand,
passed.
but would it make it worse is what I'm asking.
Sometimes
might make it
passing
better.
Fewer things is a good thing.
Right. I'd like to have it, honestly, if I had it my way, I'd do 40-40-20.
Why is Clint Eastwood in that cloud?
I don't know.
Empires do not begin or end on a certain date, but they do.
I mean, look how long it took for us to become a nation. What, 100 years?
What,
no,
the first settlers were
300.
like 16...
Well, you can say the Pilgrims.
I mean, when the Pilgrims get here?
1620.
I feel like Lummi would know.
All right, so like maybe 140 years.
1592, I believe. 1590, Jamestown.
All right, so you're looking at what? 200 years?
1620.
1620.
I nailed it.
All right, 1620.
Nice. So is what 150 years?
What's 1776?
156 years.
All right, so it took us 156 just to be able to become a government.
Or
and have some
separate
type of,
from our daddy
from the government that was here. Yeah,
well, technically 1607, but
all right.
The Pilgrims arrived in 1620.
And we've been around now 200 and what? 50, 200 and no, 235,
almost 250.
No, it's 1776.
Yeah.
So almost
250.
Yeah, we've been around 250 years or so. And I mean, how long did the Roman Empire last?
Like a 1,000 years, maybe.
What are some
The
empires?
highlight it ended in the 4th century AD, but I think
Roman Empire was about 500.
500 years.
Yep.
Like if you were to is there a list that ranks, civilizations and how long they lasted, and and let me ask you a question. What was the demise of the Roman Empire?
They talk about it in this, and it's usually like the gold standard of how an empire ends. Like the empire becomes obsessed with sex and hedonistic sort of stuff.
Now, if you
censorship.
On its biggest, they say it's like 1,500 years. But I mean, when it was truly
in power. No, I agree. It was about 500, but it was
yeah.
about like a little over 1,000 years of existence.
All right, well,
yeah. That's why I don't think we'll completely fall off the map.
Let me send me a list though.
Yeah.
Here's the longest running empires in order. Here's the first one.
No, there's one above it that's a little more.
Oh well, hold on. Above this one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. So here you go, Brian. Here
the
penguins. The penguins.
The Pittsburgh Penguins had the best run.
They were in the 14th century, and they went 1,000. These guys really had their act together. They knew that we need to go back to what they were doing because they lasted 1,850 years. And then this empire,
Byzantines.
The Byzantines, they made it 1,123.
Wasn't the Byzantine like the Eastern Roman Empire?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
What it bled into?
That's kind of when you get to the 1,500 years or whatever it is of Roman Empire.
What about the
Scylla?
So silly because you know what they killed
It's
Jesus
Korean.
and then they're like the center of like Rome is the Vatican.
All right. Well, then these Koreans, they made it for 992 years, and then the Ethiopian Empire made it for 600. I mean, we should be able to go as long as the Ethiopians.
Oh yeah, of course.
Then the Ottoman Empire lasted 600 years. The Roman Empire 400.
I mean, it lasted longer.
They
than
couldn't
that,
have gone one more year and made it 5.
Come on, guys.
Jesus.
Think Bob Hope.
San Marino, which I have no idea where that is or where it was,
It's in the Mediterranean.
lasted
right?
415 years. The Aboriginal Australian cultures,
It says cultures, not
now
empire.
you're getting into culture. That's not an empire.
Yeah, I would stop scrolling.
So let's go right here. Let's stop at
just alcohol.
San Marino. Now let me on the opposite end of that. Do they have the shortest running empires?
I can look for that.
Right? So this is the most successful and longest running empires.
Yeah, at the bottom it said 246 years and counting for the United States.
But we're just new. It's not that we're the shortest.
I didn't say shortest. I just said on that list they were
okay.
comparing it to the United States.
Have you sent me a new one yet? I'm waiting for it. For the shortest. And we probably should make it at least another 100 years before the wheels are off, but we got a buddy tire on there that's doing pretty good.
We've traversed through worse.
What we have still is the world's most powerful and capable military. That's a game changer from the standpoint of we will only collapse from within. There will not be external forces other than through social media and things like that bring us down. It's going to be on our own doing, which we're doing a very good job right now.
I think we could be penetrated. No, when they see that in terms of they see our weaknesses and then they manipulate and exacerbate
Man,
them.
these places didn't, like the breakaway Gallic Empire of only lasted 14 years. The Korean Empire, 12 years. The Empire of whatever. Look at these places.
Yeah, but then that empire struck back, so you got to count that in there.
Thank God we don't give plus and minuses for Bob and Tom.
Losing.
Here we go. Hold on.
To end, and the West has not yet come to terms with its fading supremacy. At the end of every empire, under the guise of renewal, tribes, armies, and organizations appear and devour the heritage.
So, Brian, you're saying one of the things that we got going, regardless of who the president is we still have arguably the world's strongest military.
Yes.
I mean, right?
It's not. There's no argument about it. We, by far and away, have the world's strongest and most capable military.
All right, so that's probably maybe 75% of the reasons why we're still in the game.
And the thing that helps us too is both parties still support that military.
Right. Exactly.
There's not like if this party gets into power, our military is going to crumble.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
Right.
There might be more drag queens if one is in versus the
yeah,
other.
but Democrats might let him.
Yeah,
you know,
you got a lot of
the person in the
that's a big issue we need to be worried about. That's a real big issue.
The Democrats might allow the person in the foxhole beside you to be transitioning.
Well, here's the thing. Forget about the drag queen thing for a second, but the lowering of standards to get into the military, I don't think is a good
but
idea.
I think that we've reached a point now where the technological capabilities have made it as such that you don't need the same standards.
Yeah, I don't think you need.
I really can't speak to that because I don't know enough. But
you don't need as many human beings anymore.
Yeah.
You got. I mean, a lot of this is just technology will win the next war. A human being won't.
Often from
A human being in pushing a button will win the next war.
In his essay, The Fate of Empires, the soldier, diplomat and traveller Lieutenant General Sir John Glubb analysed the life cycle of empires. He found remarkable similarities between them all. An empire lasts about 250 years.
All right, so they're saying that's
we're coming
about
up on that.
That's about what an empire on the average lasts.
I think
10
it's
generations.
2 years?
From the early pioneers to the final conspicuous consumers who become a burden on the state.
Oh, yeah.
So what would be the chain of events?
He's going through it right now.
Yeah,
if you listen to this guy, if you can stay awake.
I like it.
You better just.
It's his
6
voice
ages
is
define
relaxing.
the lifespan of an empire.
I thought you were being a dick to me.
The age of pioneers.
All right, everybody just be quiet.
The age of conquests. The age of commerce. The age of affluence. The age of intellect, ending with bread and circuses in the age of decadence.
Bread and circuses. I like both.
There are common features to every age of decadence.
You and I are probably the first to go because we're
Undisciplined,
dumb.
overextended military.
Ooh, greatest hits.
The conspicuous
That was
display
great.
of wealth.
Check.
A massive disparity between rich and poor.
Check.
A desire to live off a bloated state.
Check.
And an obsession with sex.
Check.
Oh, double check.
This is how the
But
empire.
perhaps the most notorious
Till
trait
Bubba
of
Empire
all
went down.
Hold on.
is the debasement of the currency.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Now, keep in mind, this video is
Unite.
not. This is well before COVID. Like,
No. And this was, way ahead of its time. But Brian, they were predicting this is what happens, and oddly enough, this is happening. And aren't we desperately close to the dollar being the currency of world choice?
Not because of weakness of the dollar and not because of instability of the dollar, but because of a global pact called BRICS that is looking to try and undermine and destabilize the United States. Because, yes, the dollar, definitely inflation, the dollar got devalued. But vis-a-vis the rest of the world's currency, the dollar is doing fine.
It's pretty strong.
So that's what I'm saying is these things, when we talk about them in absolutes or you talk about them in a vacuum, yeah, the dollar has been devalued over the last 10 years, probably greater than it's been, or 20 years in our entire national history. But when you look at the rest of the world, they've all done it to their currency too. So compared to the enemies of our empire, which are, China, India, Russia, we're not any worse off financially, but they can bring that about in an artificial way with BRICS.
Yeah, like when I was in Vietnam, I was a millionaire for like $40.
Yeah,
I had $1 million dong for $40.
But just it kind of goes to
I was a Vietnamese millionaire.
what we were just talking about, in Warsaw, Indiana, what you can get for $500,000 in Warsaw, Indiana, compared to what you can get for $500,000 down here, right?
But that's a supply and demand.
Yeah, no one wants. Fewer people want to live.
Yeah. Would you rather live in Warsaw or Tampa? If all things being equal, Bubba, you're a single 35, 40-year-old dude living your life. Would you rather be in Warsaw or in Tampa?
Tampa.
Okay. And that's
Tampa's been
reflected
good to me,
in
man.
the pricing.
I don't think I could get near the ass in Warsaw that I did in Tampa. You know what I'm saying?
Would you want to get that ass in Warsaw?
No, the ass in Warsaw is just not.
Penguin Point ass in Warsaw.
Both began on a gold or silver standard, long since abandoned. Rome was no different.
So it started on a principle that was very sound, and it was on a silver standard. But as it corrupted further and further and further, the Roman denarius got to the point where it was basically a copper coin, and they learned how to plate, and it was washed in silver, and in circulation the plating came off. And at the end, all the senators that really did at one time represent the people only were interested in representing how much wealth they could steal at the top.
Now, is that being done here, Brian?
It's being done in every single government in the world. I mean, that's
where the people that are governing us are getting rich. You know, I mean, look at what is it? Nancy Pelosi's worth when she started Congress, and now, or is she a senator? Whatever.
But all of them, they're all.
No, and I was just using her as I was only using her as an example because I knew that she was one of the. She's really made a lot, but I mean, it's all of them, every one of them.
Trading, yeah.
You know, they get these, you know, lobbyists and insider trading and stock iggies and things like that. And you know, I don't think people go to Congress and Senate and lose money. I think they usually are worth a lot more when they leave. Right?
If you lose money, then you've done something terribly wrong.
Right? You've not listened.
Great empire wealth always dazzles. But beneath the surface, the unbridled desire for money, power, and material possessions means that duty and public service are replaced by leaders and citizens who scramble for the spoils.
Historically, all the signs of the demise of empire are beginning to develop. Some are more trenchant than others. This current financial and economic crisis.
And I think this might have been shot like in the 70s.
No, this is 2008, 2009 right now. Probably 2009, 2010.
This was shot then?
Yeah, and that was following the financial crisis.
It looks so much.
Why does it look like
so much. It looks like in the 50s. Yeah, it looks like the 50s.
Always accompanies the demise of empire.
The people of Rome were constantly being distracted by the gladiatorial events, and the politicians knew that they did this. Whenever there was unrest among the people, they had a huge event going on, and they created a new event with lots and lots of gladiators.
You know what? Our gladiators are school shootings.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of things that could be events.
I'm just saying we're creating distractions.
I think it's more so like the stuff Brian was talking about issues that don't really matter. Drag queen story time, stuff like that.
We need to
banning of books.
Banning of books. The stuff that doesn't
transgender
bathrooms.
Genitalia mortification or something.
Target upheaval.
That is a common trait of declining empires. And so today in the United States, for example, you find a tremendous emphasis on all kinds of television programs that distract people from what's really going on. Sports is a big part of that, as it was in gladiator times.
This is why.
That's why you don't pay attention to sports?
Yes.
For
the sake of our country.
Yes. I'm a patriot.
And we've accepted it.
Just as our sports stars today earn vast sums, so did Roman charioteers. In the 2nd century, one by the name of Gaius Apuleius Diocles amassed a fortune of 35 million sesterces in prize money, equivalent to several $1 billion today. Strangely, perhaps, there's another profession that is disproportionately hallowed as an empire declines. The Romans, the Ottomans, and the Spanish all made celebrities of their chefs.
And this, again, is typifying...
Wow.
Like gluttony and...
I never knew
maybe,
that.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It's all part of the excess and the decadence. Bread and circus. That's what they're talking about.
We have this last oomph of momentum that we used to be great. And we felt great.
Well, we make celebrities out of people who weigh 900 pounds and need cut out of the bathroom.
Well, that's part of the distraction.
Oh.
We don't feel it anymore.
That's the circus.
So
that's the circus.
That's the circus.
This
is the bread.
The Jersey Shore 2 coming back. That's the circus.
Yeah, this
Housewives of Atlanta.
And what they're talking about now is the bread part, the decadence.
Searching for it. Well, maybe it's
like Dan Marino's older brother.
The best food, or the best clothes, or the best music, or the best movies, or a reality TV show, or another magazine. But you can never get enough of what you don't need. What you need is a strong moral conviction that is pervasive throughout the society, and integrity reigns.
There's a vast apathy. There's a vast...
And you can't have integrity if you got Snapchat and TikTok, right? I mean, we just bombarded with all types of, debauchery on every aspect.
Honestly,
you can literally get to any form of debauchery from your phone.
What he's saying,
am I not right?
But what he's saying is those distractions allow the unethical and those that lack scruples from being able to take advantage of the system, because you're so distracted and taken up your time, energy, attention, money with the circus side of things that the nation naturally loses integrity because nobody's watching.
Because we're at Monster Jam this weekend. We don't know how bad these politicians are really stealing this blind because we're worried about Monster Jam. Just like Idiocracy. I know you've seen the movie, Brian. It was as crazy as it was. As crazy as we thought it was. Man, they were ahead of their time. Were they not?
And not only do people stop paying attention to certain things that are actually important, but they don't even care if their liberties are taken away. They're like, oh, so people are, looking at my phone or the government's spying on us. I don't care as long as I have my Instagram.
Phone, unless you're Mike Calton, then you hit me in the face.
Yeah. You're like, all you care about is that you have your garlic knots and your TikTok. You're happy. You don't care about your rights.
And my Longhorn gift cards.
Of course, that too.
Even a political nature to it. That is to say, there are vast numbers of people who don't give a damn. And so there's this natural, I suppose, entropy. Any living organism, which an empire is, of course, over time dies. Question is, how does it die? Does it die in a violent cascade of events, or does it die over a long period of time?
The baby boomer generation were born into this age.
That's our moms and dads.
Of decadence.
Well,
perhaps unwittingly, they've broken the unspoken intergenerational contract. Through unfettered consumerism, spiraling house prices, and a desire for eternal youth, the baby boomers have squandered future generations.
Bob Barker with some cricket.
Inheritance.
My generation, the generation right after my generation, I think we forgot that little phrase in the preamble to our Constitution, which says, and our posterity. All of a sudden, it became us, period.
The baby boom generation.
Who's this, Lummy?
Dan Marino's older brother. Looks like he got some concussions.
Dan Marino's older brother who happens to be his accountant.
Looks like if you mash Dan Marino and Adam Schiff together.
Yes, exactly.
Misallocation of.
If Dan Marino's brother made love to Adam Schiff's sister, it'd have this kid.
Capital in the history of mankind. We have had.
When? Hey, listen, buddy. When's this all going down? Tell me.
Cheap oil or cheap energy is a better way to phrase it. We've had an abundance of ideas, and we have chosen a system and perpetuated it that is probably one of the worst ways to use the blessings that were bestowed upon us. And we are going to pay a price for that.
And when is that happening?
You know what's funny though is as honest as
don't
all
ask
the,
Mitch
the globalists
he won't
are
be able
doing
to tell you.
This is a tale as old as time. This is not anything unique to our time and what we're living. This has happened with every great empire. This is nothing new.
So can't we look at it and learn from it?
No, because human nature suggests that we never will.
Yeah, if you don't
if you don't learn from the past, you're doomed to repeat it.
And that's what happens every time.
Yeah.
But you can't help but repeat it because we're genetically identical to people that lived 2,000 years ago.
Brian, was it you that said that one dude, the younger dude that's the GOP candidate,
Vivek
Ramaswamy, that you actually kind of thought the dude was pretty much kind of, for a Republican, more on point than anybody else?
That wasn't me.
That was Jay.
Oh, that was Jay. Okay, all right.
I don't,
What do you think about Ramaswamy?
I mean, I think he has some takes that are not politically sound, but overall, I mean, look, any outsider at this point, I think we need a true legitimate outsider that's going to shake things up, not somebody who's going in there for personal gain, personal wealth.
I mean, they all do that.
But they all, here's the thing
come
for me.
That's how we live our lives for personal gain, personal wealth.
By wanting to run for president, you're immediately disqualified to be president, in my opinion. Like, you need somebody who's reluctant and doesn't really want the job. That's the ideal candidate for president. Anybody who's excited and willing to spend their own money to get the position is immediately suspect.
Donald Trump talked about how do you say his name?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek.
Vivek, maybe.
Can I just start saying Vivek?
What do people call him? Like
Viv.
Strom.
Vaj.
Vivra or something. I don't know. He has like a little nickname.
Trump said Viv might be a good VP. I think.
Or somewhere in the cabinet.
Well, because he said, Trump's the best president ever. So, and he says that on the phone call. It's like, I can't help but like the guy.
When this thing all spirals down, and we get the candidate, first of all, I think it's pretty safe to say it's going to be Trump.
I agree.
And now at this point, you got what you got to do if you're Donald Trump is that person that you pick to be your VP potentially could be the difference of you win or losing.
Have we ever had a situation where a president ran again with a different VP?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It not a lot, but I think Mondale, Reagan.
Did it. Yeah.
Reagan had Bush one time, and was it Quayle? I don't know.
No, not Quayle.
No,
That was Bush. Was Quayle.
Yeah.
But yeah, he picked up Bush in '84.
Anyway, we'll hear Donald's comments next, but I mean, I think you should go with the Nikki Haley deal.
She'll probably be in the cabinet.
I like
She already
her.
was in the cabinet.
Yeah, she'll be there again. I think.
We'll do that next.
Believe it or not, absolutely not. Everything you heard about him has been toned down for easier public acceptance. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
And then there it was.
Yeah, you didn't see it right away.
I didn't, no.
So that makes you dumber than the pun.
How about you go fuck yourself, bitch?
Not really nice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fine.
My bad.
We got Baby Boomer Bachelor.
Yeah, I would actually watch that.
Old people?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it next. I'm gonna talk about it next. So just hold your fucking horses.
Jesus.
Hold your horses, bitch. About to get mine. About to get mine.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about that than politics at this point. Politics is just depressing.
I want to talk about Tucker saying that Barack smokes crack.
Yeah, whatever.
Which is fine.
I'm saying, like, what does it matter?
He was just making a comparison
salacious,
to how
lover.
he didn't get out versus like. You know.
Barack has gotten darker. Look at him.
That's called good living, man.
Look at him, I'm that guy. I wanna. Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle's a man. I mean,
I know that's the.
Come on.
I mean,
That's the problem, is when you go for that shit crazy fucking shit like that, and then you latch onto it and you hold on to it.
But can you at
it
least
disqualifies
be
other things
intellectually
that you say.
honest that she is probably the closest you can get without getting a penis?
She may have a giant clit. I don't know. I haven't seen her
I mean,
genitalia.
she's big. Oh.
There's peoples that are bigger and taller, historically throughout the
Understood,
world.
but don't you think that it's the closest you can get without going
Scandinavian women are not, but maybe they are. But there are very large Nordic women. I mean, there are very large African women. These are, as well as anybody, biological traits that are needed for survival. This is not anything unusual.
I understand that. I'm not saying that they exist, but
to
don't
sit
you think
there
in terms of his preferences?
Suggest that the
guys are giving me a
his
headache. I gotta
preferences
play
that he
some
wanted a
fun.
manly
I
one.
mean, I got a headache.
She is not butchy looking.
No, but she's
a larger woman, but she's still
sturdy like a man.
She's sturdy, but she's not.
I'm sturdy.
She doesn't look like a dude in the face.
I'm sturdy.
I don't think so.
I'm sturdy as fuck.
Oprah looks more like a dude than Michelle.
I'm sturdy.
In the face. You are
She's
sturdy,
like a
Bubba.
sloppy dude. Michelle's, she can help you do chores on the weekend, Cutting the grass this weekend, let's go.
Michelle Obama, that bitch can work hard, probably.
Yeah, she's on the crew team. She's kayaking through the storm. That sort of thing. Listen, I ain't got no problem with that. Doing crack, smoking crack, blasting dudes. I don't care.
George W. Bush was a cokehead. Donald Trump's addicted to Adderall. Bill Clinton was into fucking everything.
I just wish Biden would take something to pep him up a little bit.
Maybe he does. Maybe
That's
what we see is
exactly
when he's
probably
not
right.
on Biden.
My question is like, who wants Biden in power because he's such a like so
Because
easy
he's
to
a
take
puppet.
advantage of.
He's a
Correct.
puppet. Yeah.
So like, who is benefiting from
right.
Biden being president? Who's really pulling the strings here?
What they benefit from, the Democratic Party benefits from it because they can dictate and control policy and
Much easier. There's no pushback.
There's no pushback.
Because it's just like, this is the script.
This
This is
is
what you
it.
do.
This is what you got to do. You go out there and you
So
do
I mean,
it.
he's like the perfect candidate.
He's the perfect candidate. He's the
He's just a
Manchurian
vessel.
candidate for the party. Yeah.
Yes.
He's a vessel. He's an
An
empty
vessel that can be filled with anything.
Absolutely.
I'm sending you a text.
Which is
Yeah?
that I got. Somebody sent me.
Are you just sending it to me because I'm special?
Well, I'm sending it to you and to Brian, but I don't want your hot mic opinions.
Okay, I'll keep it to
To
myself.
yourself, but somebody just tweeted this to me, so I find this somewhat interesting.
All right. Sorry.
You guys should have gotten it.
I did. I'm showing no emotion right now.
But that would be something.
I mean, it's something.
It is.
I can't say anything about it.
Certainly not. You know, it certainly would upset some of the bosses. One could at least agree to that.
I have no comment.
Certainly. One would agree with that.
That it would upset the bosses.
The powers that be.
The globalists.
So Anna, you got a little after show, right, babe?
No. Yeah.
I was gonna say, what the fuck?
I know. I'm just freaking out. I'll be done and out of your way by like 11:30, 40 at the latest.
Perfect. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everybody I knew, the world I lived, everybody I knew.
You do get the sense that Tucker's like compromised by the Russians, right? I mean, he really likes.
Well, at least he has his priorities in order.
Great. What do we do with him now?
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The U.S. National. By the way, follow me on Facebook and YouTube, and also Twitter that we have back. God, Brian, you wouldn't believe. You know, we have 107,000 over there, and that's real currency. And I'm so. What, we have it taken away for 4 years?
Yeah, about that. I think it was about 4.5 years.
Greta Thunberg was still a minor.
Yeah. Anyway, follow me on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at the Bubba Army. I'll lay out what I'm doing where. I'll be there. I'll be at the Skag booth. I'll be at the Fatheads Eyewear booth. I'll be staying in a badass $2 million American Heritage RV, courtesy of. I don't think it's even an RV. I think it's a Class A. It's a
Class A. It's a bad boy.
Class A Palace is what that is. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Don. Got a golf cart courtesy of my boy Rico from Fatheads. I'll be right on the launch line, watching my Tony Schumacher Skag.
That was a great guy.
Top Fuel Dragster. Watching my Matt Hagen funny car. Watching the Skag funny car. Ronnie Caps. Then I'll be in Columbus, Indiana for a few days, and then Warsaw. I'll document all this. Again, follow us on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter, all at the Bubba Army. And come see me if you got an opportunity.
That interview yesterday, man, he just seemed like just such a down-to-earth kind of guy, like a cool guy to hang out with.
Which one, Sterling or?
Oh, no, no.
Brian.
Oh, okay. Schumacher.
Brian, I interviewed Sterling Sharp yesterday, right? Woo. Stiffy.
I don't think I'd want to have a beer with him. I think I picked Schumacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Sterling's no nonsense. It was tough.
How is it that former NFL players are either the coolest people in the world or the biggest D's in the world? Like, there's no in between. They're either awesome to talk to or they're absolutely the worst.
He was cool. I mean, I pulled the. I mean, me and Tony Mandrich, have this new show, Past Packers podcast, and I'm gonna have to edit. I'm gonna edit the Sterling Sharp stuff because Sterling was pretty mean at first.
Oh no,
he was done no nonsense.
I set the interview up, and I'll cut all this out. You won't even see it. But I'm like, hey, Sterling, my name is Bubba, and of course you know Tony, and I had Tony on my show a couple times, and we kind of got to be friends, and we kind of started talking back and forth, and we're like, hey, out of all the Packer podcasts. Just talking about modern day Packers and what's happening. But, there's probably a lot of people that really, really want to know what the former Packers, are doing. And he's like, I don't think so.
No one does.
Nobody cares about that. That's why there's no podcasts about it. And we're like, all right, so this is me and Tony Mandridge's very first podcast on this concept with our very first guest, who's the biggest guest we can get. I mean, Sterling Sharp. And Tony played with him, and the only reason he even did the interview is because him and Tony are friends. We're the third podcast he's ever done because he does not talk to the media, and he hates talking about football.
Yes.
And so I'm like, okay.
What, you go on a gardening podcast before that?
I don't know.
Don't joke with him on that one, jeez.
I mean, no joking. There was no joking.
The beginning part was like, because we were back there listening to it, and him and Tony like going back and forth about connecting and not connecting, and they didn't, like it was kind of they were joking around. He looked like it was going to be lighthearted.
Yeah.
Then it went to no.
Then Brian was like, Phil, Sterling, you've been very philanthropic with your very own children's pediatric center that you put, like he financed a pediatric center and he's done some pretty nice philanthropic things. And he's like, well, I don't want any recognition for that. And I'm like, well, how about a thanks? And then that Brian, that kind of lightened him up a little bit. I said, I'm not trying to recognize you or anything like that, but how about, a thank you on behalf of the community for a guy stepping up like that? How about that? Then he lightened up a little bit. Then I got him to talk about a couple different plays and how Lindy and Fondy's offense is way, way more complicated than Mike Holmgren and his affection for Perry Kemp. And so we eventually got a pretty good little interview out. But I got to whittle out some of the stiffness.
Oh yeah, it was a little uncomfortable in the beginning.
Anyway, I don't know who our next guest is going to be. I think maybe Terrell Buckley. Remember him?
Oh,
T-Buck?
yeah.
T-Buck, yeah.
Now
he's the one that got the interception in the Super Bowl, right?
With the ball.
I don't know.
With the ball. Yeah, against the Patriots.
Yeah.
And but I think he is the head coach for the Orlando Gladiators.
Yes, you are correct.
Now, who are they?
The XFL team.
Oh, he's the coach for that?
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I think it was the first game of the year at halftime. They were getting their ass kicked, and he pretty much was like, I need new players. All these players suck. Give me some new players after halftime, and just berated them. And I think he cut a good amount of the players and brought some good ones. He seems no nonsense.
You think we can get T-Buck? No, he played. I think he played with Tony.
Yeah,
And
I think in the one I brought up too, the Andre Rison one would be good.
Yeah, I think so. That was well.
He played twice. He played twice with Mandridge.
Did he play in Indy too?
He played at Michigan State.
Oh, did he play in Michigan?
Yeah, he played.
State?
He graduated or he got drafted the same year as Mandridge, 89.
He's a Spartan.
There we go. But we're going with Andre.
Everybody
he just doesn't want Left Eye to burn his house down.
I knew the world I lived in Northwest D.C., like everyone works either directly for the government or is a parasite on government.
It looks like he's up in his main place now. He's got two places. One down in, he probably left for the hurricane.
Yeah.
The one down in, is it Jupiter?
Boca Grande.
Yeah,
Boca
something
Grande.
like that. Then he's got a big place up in Maine.
And effectively, including people I love and know really well. And the media is too, by the way. I mean, the media is reporting on government, but it's also dependent on government. In 2008, it became really clear that Barack Obama had been having sex with men and smoking crack. And a guy came forward, Larry Sinclair, and said, I'll sign an affidavit. And he did. I'll take a lie detector. And he did. I smoked crack with Barack Obama and had sex with him. Well, that was obviously true. Nobody reported it, not because they were squeamish about sex or drugs, but because the Obama campaign said anyone who reports on this gets no access to the Obama campaign. And so they didn't report on it. So that happens. That's just one small example, but that happens all the time with lots of different issues.
Now,
and
do you believe
I thought that was Brian talking.
No, it's
that
Adderall.
transpired, or do you believe the guy is legitimate or both?
So Adam had Tucker on?
Yeah, they've this is the second time I think he's had.
So
him
has he,
on.
has he replaced Adam with me? Has he placed me with Adam?
Possibly. Yeah. Tucker went to and sat in on Adam's show 5 months ago.
Oh,
Does he go in Tim Pool at all?
I have not.
Yeah,
seen
this
him on
Sinclair
there.
guy, by the way, has warrants for forgery, stealing tax refunds, and other crimes involving deceit.
Tucker says that sort of stuff.
He's got a questionable past.
I mean, I've talked to Larry Sinclair about it.
I didn't get a hold of Tuck. Say, man, why don't you do my show?
Yeah, why not?
And
zoom in.
Definitely, it happened. I mean, if you
like the old times, buddy. I mean, come on now.
Larry Sinclair's been in and out of
throw me a bone.
Prison during one period.
Would that really bring the numbers up, Brian? If I had him on,
it could.
I mean, it could.
I mean,
yes, it will.
You're such a dim snowflake and libetard
Brian
that you
doesn't
can't
like
even
Tucker.
you can't even throw a guy that you know damn well will generate a ton of traffic a bone. You can't even be intellectually honest.
I don't know. Sure, yes, it will.
40 years
You'll
ago,
hit
he was in and out of
100,000 on
prison.
YouTube.
He's got a criminal record by definition. He's, poor. He's got a disordered life. He's missing a tooth. Like, he's not, an Atlantic fellow. He's not going to the Aspen Ideas Festival. I think he has a record of deception. Obviously, he does. But this story, if you listen to it in detail, is clearly true. I mean, there's just.
I know, that was kind of.
I'm doing an interview with him.
Real quick.
He's a liar, but this story is clearly true.
Here's the thing. Fine, you have this initial. I'm not saying that this Sinclair guy's telling the truth or not. Where's the corroboration? Because you don't run with a story like this with nothing else to back it up. Now, I know the media does do that, and that's fine, whatever. But where's the corroboration on this? If you have that corroboration, then you don't need to rely just on this questionable Lawrence Sinclair, also known as Mohammed Gahanan, by one of his 13 different aliases that he's been arrested under.
Yeah, but Brian, you could say the same thing about the lady that accused Trump of rape in the 80s.
Yeah,
she's done it to other people.
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm just saying
I'm saying those aren't stories that are that should be believed and taken at face value. Like if what Tucker's doing, if there's additional stuff, then I'm cool with it. If he's saying, I know it's factual, this guy has all these things wrong with him, but I believe him on this one thing, then what's your basis?
I think he was making a case for just how the media works and how the government can control what gets out.
Except he's saying that he knows it to be true.
Well,
I understand.
He does
I
know
understand.
it to be true.
I didn't say that was okay, and I kind of was squeamish when he said that as well, because he's like, of course this is true, even though this guy has led a life of deception. That seemed a bit odd to say, but again, I didn't listen to the whole
Tucker's
conversation.
a showman, my friend. Please.
And again, it's not going to change the world that Barack Obama likes dudes. I think this was well known. Barack Obama said so himself in a letter to his girlfriend. And by the way, that's kind of Barack Obama's business. I'm not attacking him for liking dudes. I'm
it's like
just
he
saying
is, but he's not.
The
I'm
amount
not doing that, but I am. But I'm not.
It's a brilliant technique.
It is. He's like, I'm not attacking. I don't care, but he did smoke crack.
You throw it out there, and then you reel it back
and then
in.
boofed a guy in the tush.
You throw it out there, and then you go like, "Hey, listen, man. I mean, I don't care if you do it.
I really don't care if he's gay.
And it's like, I don't even know it to be true. But I mean, you throw it out there, and
people just eat it up.
Yeah, and they don't hear that. I don't know it to be true, and if it's your thing, I don't care. They don't hear that. They just hear Barack blasted a dude and smoked crack. That's all people hear.
He's a smart guy. He's a young guy. He's got a lot of talent. He's a very, very, a very intelligent person. He's got good energy, and
talking about Vaz.
He could be in some form.
Right? Is that what we're calling him?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
Alex has had him on the air.
Has he?
Yeah.
Vic Rom. Can we call him Vic Rom?
Very good.
Vic Rom.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance? Do you think that he could be the VP?
Yeah,
he could be.
Sure.
I mean,
that'd be a good look for him.
Would that be a good look for
Trump? I mean, yes, I think so.
Brian, would that be a good look for Trump to bring this younger guy in that's got a buzz about himself?
I think him or Haley or Noem.
What?
Noem. Who's Noem?
The governor of South Dakota.
North Dakota. Right?
North Dakota.
And the interview with the police.
Oh,
as a VP candidate.
Yeah, sorry, South Dakota.
Sorry.
That was right?
North Dakota's guy's
Christie?
running.
Yeah. I thought I was right, but it's like, whatever.
He was young as hell.
And Alex, who we'll have on next, has had him on.
Yes, he has.
Speaking of which, how about we go into words, Lum?
and we'll get the link set up.
And we'll get the link set
He
up.
said
All right?
he's ready to go.
All right, perfect.
Uncensored.
Yes, a lot.
Unflappable.
I drink dirty bananas and lay by the pool.
And uneducated.
Unhealthily. Is that a word? Unhealthily.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
I mean, that's an attractive woman. She has a kind of a Romina look there, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark hair.
Mm-hmm.
I put you more on
Amy Klobuchar.
Carrie Lake.
Ugh. God, she is just awful. Fucking screaming about fraud still. She's a fucking loser.
She dominates.
Whatever.
Here's
She's a crackpot.
What about Michelle Obama?
I had those titties
She's
that you have
30.
too.
Okay, this one.
All right, cool.
How tall is
I'll read
she?
those too.
She's like at least 5'10". She's got to be at least 5'10".
You said to ask Tucker, she's 6'5", 225.
Linebacker.
5'11".
She's 5'11". Yeah, that's a big old bitch. Come on.
That's a bigger woman. Yeah.
It's a big old. That's how tall are you? 5'10", 11?
Yeah.
Right.
5'10".
Okay. So you'd be looking up when she wears heels.
But
Yeah.
Obama's 6'2".
I understand, but we're not talking about Obama. We're talking about
Okay.
you. If you want a big old bitch.
Oh, Brian.
Melania's 5'11".
Yeah, but Melania is a supermodel. She's not, leader of the fucking crew team. She's not a softball player, You know what I mean? Big old basketball player. You know what I mean?
Softball player.
I mean, Michelle Obama is not. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't
In
get
what
it.
way do you not get it?
She's a man. Like the whole.
You don't kind of see it a little.
No.
Like it's the closest you can get without crossing over.
No, I don't see that at all. She's not the butchiest looking woman I've seen.
Her issue is that butchy, but she's just,
Good job about the alien link.
Is the link?
I mean, I got it. Thank you.
She'll help you superset.
She's. If you put her side by side with Melania, yeah, she's a little thicker, but I just whatever. Like I said, I'm just not seeing what the blind hate is seeing out there.
Oh, I don't hate her. It has nothing to do with hate.
A lot of people, especially Judd said, just
I
watch
mean,
the Ellen, her
she
dancing.
doesn't that doesn't look like a dude to me. I'm sorry, dude. First of all, dudes don't have hips like this. There's not a dude in the world.
Are you saying her hips don't lie?
Her hips don't lie.
Judd's disagreeing with you.
They can have their opinion. If they think she's a man, they're fucking insane.
A lot of people are just, look
Drinking the Kool-Aid, I get it.
No, they look at the Ellen clip where it looks like, I have a penis, according to people. I've seen it in chat.
Yeah, I know people are lunatics. I get it. They're allowed to be. People are allowed to be stupid. There's no crime against being stupid. There's no statute against it. She's not bigger. Barack is a slender man, but he's 6'2". He's not a little dude.
No.
Make sure I can hear you.
Hold on here.
Sure.
Hello, Muffy.
Yo, good morning.
Where's pay-per-view?
Right now.
Where's pay-per-view?
What? She's gone, brother. You know this.
She's gone. She's gone. Hall and Oates song.
Rachel Rescue Girl's coming in town in a couple weeks. Still on the stuff.
She gonna take it right? She gonna take it right around the farm?
I hope.
Your face looks a little like you got stung by a bee or something. It looks like it's a little puffy.
I am a little puffy right now because I had the worst headache because I was boxing yesterday.
See, that's how much I know you. I can even tell when you're a little puffy because you're my buddy.
I know it's this side of my face.
Well, hold on. Are you training for? Are you getting one of these gimmicks going?
Yeah, not, but I mean, it's an uphill battle because dude, it was a really big deal.
I know the hot dog, pork Willie Jones with the turkey chaser. It fucking ended up being it was horrible for you, buddy.
Really bad deal. So now I'm trying to do whatever I can to get back in this influencing boxing scene, whatever the hell.
Hey, I'm not an influencer yet, am I?
Yes, you are. You could be in one of these celebrity boxing.
I mean, if I had I got 92,000 on YouTube. When you get over 100, that's kind of a threshold, ain't it?
Bubba, you're a famous person. What are you talking about?
What are you chewing for, you fucking degenerate?
Are we live?
We're gonna be in 54 seconds. Man, only degenerate hilljack white trash chew. Oh my God, you're.
Trash. I'm from Texas, and you know why I started chewing again?
Oh my
God.
Ew! It's my biological
Tucker
father's
does
fault.
do that, too.
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker dibs.
Yeah.
You think? Hey, I saw him. He did Adam Carolla's. You think you'd do my show, Tucker?
I know. I saw him do Adam Carolla's show. They didn't even get there. It's gonna do well, but when I checked it this morning, I think it was only at 179.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like I've known Tuck since 2006. Had him on for 7 years. You'd think you'd do my show?
I think he probably would. I mean,
Just like a couch.
You know the
and
scuttlebutt. I mean, I guess I
remember where it was first.
Hold on, here we go. 6 seconds. Tell me then.
At least he drinks Coke Zero. That's you.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap. I mean, we know what's important. More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I hope, Alex, when you become super popular like Tucker Carlson, not that you'll ever attain that level, but maybe. You're on Blaze. You're doing real good. I hope that you don't forget me because as my friend that we've known now for a while, you'd have to say that Tucker's kind of blowing me off. Would you not agree?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to ever disparage my biological father, but yeah, it's almost been a year since we were at that Tampa football game, Bubba.
No, I know that.
Day.
Don't get distracted in the fact that Tucker.
No, we're talking about Tucker.
But what did I do? Now the Media Matters people really screwed him over. I know that, and that was from his appearances on my show, which he willfully did for 6 years, and he's my friend. And I send him Bubba Army rings, and I have his number, and I text him every once in a while. About 20% of the time he texts back, but like he hates. You probably know more than I do. You probably have talked to him. What did I do wrong?
Dude, I really don't think that
am I cancerous? Am I that honey potter that you called me? Like people said I'm a honey potter.
Accidental honey potter, yeah. But honestly, I think Tucker would go on. You just talked about how he did Adam Carolla's show. I think he would go on your show. I don't think the only thing that stopped him was the Fox thing because of that Media Matters. So I don't think it's a personal thing. And to be fair, you're complaining about this. Tucker won't do your show. Tucker right now has had his people. I mean, he hasn't begged or anything. Reach out to Joe Rogan multiple times to go on his show, and Joe Rogan won't even have Tucker on his show.
I thought he did.
So imagine. No, and Joe Rogan keeps saying, "Oh, I want to have Tucker on. I want to have Tucker on." And Tucker's like, "I'll go on," and he still hasn't had him on for whatever reason.
You think Rogan? So that's weird. You think Rogan would have me on?
He should. He follows you on Twitter. Y'all are buddies. He should have your ass on.
And he was a big fan of mine. I had him in the studio 2 different times, and one time he was like, "Listen, man, I listened to your show. I was late for a meeting because I could not stop listening to your show." And then we got other excerpts of him saying, over the years, just as recently as a couple months ago, that Bubba's a good dude. I think he might have me on.
Did Hogan meet Rogan through you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think Hogan's team just reached out.
Yeah, I think Hogan's team just reached out. But here's the thing, Alex. Hogan's been on this big podcasting. You saw him on Theo, and like he's he's like
pushing his CBD
and
in
I think nobody's asked him. I think in his rider, because you know as well as I do, sometimes when you get a big guest, they'll say you can't talk about A, B, or C. Okay, and you're like, okay, I won't. And it's a gentleman's agreement, and you don't do it. And if you do it, they walk away. So you just know it's the courtesy. Well, obviously they're doing that with him because nobody That's the big 800-pound gorilla that everybody would probably like to know a little something about. But even Rogan, who usually breaks everything down and doesn't leave any low-hanging fruit, right? Even he didn't ask Hogan about the sex tape. Well, when I promote my thing that's coming out here soon, I'm just going to follow Hogan's path. I'll start with Rogan and say, hey, listen, you had Hogan on and you probably couldn't talk about this. Well, I can. And I got something coming out that's going to lay it all out. I think that Hogan's already laid like the appetizer for me, and I can just go in right after him. And it makes more sense to have me on since Hogan's been in there in the last 90 days. Because I'm gonna be ready. My gimmick's gonna be ready in 60 days.
Well, listen, I think that if he's telling people, hey, we cannot talk about the Gawker thing, it's only going to make the future shows that you could potentially go on want to talk about the Gawker thing more. So it's
but
not
only
like
the shows that I go on to, but I'm also going to say not only can I talk about the Gawker thing, but I got a full-blown documentary called.
Yeah, I know that. But Bubba, how can you have a guy on your show that got a $140 million deal from Gawker and not even bring it up? I don't understand.
Well, because he has.
Well, he's saying not to, yeah,
right?
But
so
still.
when I talk to these people and I have Anna call these podcast people and stuff like that, say, hey. Bubba wants to, are you interested in having Bubba the Love Sponge on? He's got a new documentary about the Hogan sex tape called blah, 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 blah. Would you like to have him on? There's no limitations. You can ask him anything.
I think that's going to make you very desirable. But hey, real quick, we're talking about Vice documentaries. I haven't even watched the Opie and Howard one. Have you been watching that one? Is that one any good?
Yeah,
Not really.
I don't think they even did they even mention me?
No.
Yeah, listen, with regards to shock.
It was honestly messed up because they were talking about shock jock stuff and man cow.
And here's the deal, man. If you talk about shock, if in today's world, there are Opie and Anthony, yes, Howard, and me. Like that you can't leave me out of that conversation. I mean, I've been fined more. I have the largest single FCC fine for shock jockery. I have the second highest overall fine in shock jockery. How do you not put me in there?
Well, was there one just on shock jocks? Because if that's the case and you're not on that, I thought there was a Vice one on you. I thought there is one coming out on you.
No, I don't think so. No, the Vice.
It was primarily about the rivalry between Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony.
Okay, so if that's what it was about, then
it was shock jock stuff in general, but it was primarily about that.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're doing more shock jock content because I could have sworn I saw you somewhere, Vice. I could have sworn
it was about Macho Man wrestling. Oh, I don't know. It was on a Vice just licensed.
I saw that one.
Vice just licensed. They licensed an audio clip of mine when Hogan called in the day after the Bash of the Beach, and they licensed a clip from me. Paid me pretty damn good too, man, for a 38-second clip, man. I'll text you later today what I got.
Clips for sale.
And feel free to text me as well.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't and Tom Bean and Mark Tate locked it down for they could only use it for it had to be less than 42 seconds, and if it was that. And all kind. There's an international kicker on it, and the whole 9 yards, all for 38 seconds of audio.
Yeah, but you have some creme de la creme Hogan stuff. Really, I know you're reposting it, but I almost feel like you should put out, I don't know, maybe some of the high spots and maybe how do you do it where you put a voice, where you add compression to it so it's not Hogan's voice, so maybe they couldn't use it because Vice, people realizing the nostalgia of those days.
But what you don't realize is all the Hogan stuff that I have, which we're in the process of kind of wrapping our arms around, and we're going to make it a subsection on the new reskinned BubbaArmyRadio.com. But all the Hogan stuff I own. I own lock, stock, and barrel. He called my show willfully. I own it. So, I don't have to change the voice or nothing. I own it. I got a 2257 on him. I got a 2257 form from Hogan. I own every time he appeared on my show. I own it. I need to be doing more. I need to be doing more with that, don't I?
Yeah, because that nostalgia is coming back. I mean, everybody loved that era of wrestling. I mean, Hogan was the biggest guy, and that was an era of wrestling when it was better. Now wrestling, today, this day and age, and even to the John Cena. I was watching something. John Cena, they say he's such a great champion, and I mean, I'm not saying he's not a great wrestler, but his era of wrestling stunk. The ratings were terrible. It basically, took him to the crapper. So yeah, I think we all.
So
wanna
how do I
hear
get?
the
I mean, do
Hogan
I
stuff.
do I just continue to text Tucker, and do I flat out ask him? I mean, like Tuck's pretty cut and dry. He'll tell you the way it is. Do I just flat out ask him, Tuck, are you mad at me?
Well, you could do that. You put the ball in his court, but then you kind of put the pressure on him. I think we need to focus not on Tucker, but we need to get you on Rogan. If we can get you back on Rogan, if we can get you on Rogan within the next 6 months, that's $1 million in marketing and promotion. That's literally what that is worth. Like, you will leave that show $1 million metaphorically richer.
And
Metaphorically.
I think Joe would have me on. I really do. I mean, you. What do you think? Anna,
I think so, too.
you know the ins and outs of who books what, and you had a couple big podcasts that were wanting to have me on that we had to say no to based on what I'm slinging. But do you think Rogan? I mean, you've heard Rogan mention me. You've seen clips of Rogan.
I don't see why he wouldn't, but I feel like the only person that could really get you on Rogan is you, because you have a personal connection with him. I obviously can't.
No, I would DM him. We follow each other on
Twitter
on
and
Twitter,
whatnot.
and I did DM him, and he welcomed me back. He goes, "I see you're back now, kid."
Who started that conversation?
I did. I said, "Joe, I'm back," and he goes, "I'm glad to see you're back, kid."
All right, yeah.
So I said,
Yeah, but Joe respects Bubba. He respects O&A, because he even said he had Anthony on and said the reason why he started podcasting is because he went on Anthony's podcast when he started in his basement when he had the #1 show.
Right.
So I'm like, he remembers this. He remembers you. Everybody remembers that era.
But also now, if I come in on the Hogan footsteps, if I come in on the Hogan back heels, where specifically he told these podcasters that they couldn't go to the topic that I'm promoting. I'm going to say, hey, the 800-pound gorilla that when you had Hogan in here was you couldn't talk about the sex tape. Well, I'm here to promote the sex tape. I got a new documentary out about it, and let's talk about it. Boom.
Well, listen, ever since I've been trying to get my show going and, do this and that, what I've noticed is the content people love the most on the internet is drama content. If you look what's going on with Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis, you probably don't watch it, but every day this guy Dylan Dennis, who's supposed to fight Logan Paul, has been posting old pictures of Logan Paul's future fiance, future wife, Nina Agdal, with other celebrities, with Elon Musk, with Leonardo DiCaprio. And he's got 2 billion impressions this past month. This guy who's basically a virtual nobody, but because he's fighting Logan, he's been trolling.
Now, has Logan been fighting back?
Are you kidding? It's been the craziest thing. He threw a cake on him, but Logan looks like an idiot because he can't say anything, and he's defending Nina, his wife, or his future wife, who's beautiful. Yeah, fiance, but she's been ran through by every D-list, C-list.
Isn't she like a Danish supermodel or something?
The guts have been ran up.
Oh, by everybody. Anybody with a SAG card has slept with her.
I think I actually slept with her accidentally one time.
I do have a SAG card. I'm a member of SAG. I didn't get them
exactly.
guts. Get them guts.
Hey, you should be striking right now, but
exactly.
we won't tell the union.
My radio operation doesn't recognize unions. I'm the union boss.
Bubba's a scab on a skag.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hey, what's the deal with Adalia or whatever? Are you guys fine?
Who's that?
No, we're not fine.
Hurricane.
Oh yeah, we're fine. Please.
Hurricane Adele.
Yeah. Is it Adele?
No, you're right. Adalia.
It's a hurricane. Who gives a you know what I'm saying?
No, it didn't affect Bubba, so who cares?
Right. I mean,
it's one of these fake deals.
You know what? It actually.
Yes, it's all Jewish space lasers, and it's all
Let's
AI.
not say that on. Do not say that.
Exactly. We did not say that.
Yes.
That's
here.
That was
no, but here's the deal, man. It came in, pretty damn strong. It came. I think it hit as a high 3, low 4, but it hit really one of the most rural parts of Florida. And like it got, and because it was so rural, it got ground down to a tropical storm within like 15 or 20 miles. It did wreak havoc on the area that it hit. But, I mean, if it would have hit, a far more densely populated area, it hit about as best as it, right? Would you not agree, Brian? Like, if it had to hit Florida, it probably hit the best, strategic.
Right.
Oh, there you go. There's your guy.
Yeah.
It hit the whatever, the like you said,
Bend.
the rural parts. But, Bubba, they wanted it to really mess up Tampa, but Jim Cantore, every time he was on, there was guys doing cartwheels. There's everybody who's doing the kayak willy. So it really looked kind of like a goofball hurricane, which that's a good thing.
Well, the Weather Channel has turned this weather reporting into people goofball opportunities because they embellish it so bad, and they got the best graphic people in the world, where they can get a guy that's like standing on your street and he shows you what a 6-foot surge is, and it's right at his head, and then they show you the 12-foot, and it's like cars are floating over him, and like they have the best graphic artists, and they really
it's a production.
They really sexy the storm up, and then it ends up being,
well,
and then nobody cares.
For me,
that's all that matters, Brian.
That's all that really the effect of the storm. Just ask me.
It was
fine. Nothing.
My cars are fine.
So you lost everything you owned.
Well, I was hoping. No, everybody, shut up! I was hoping that the whole studio would be taken out and we get an insurance Willie deal, and then we'd be back up.
Bubba doesn't own the building anymore.
I don't own the building anymore. I sold the building when I was in the lowest of lows.
Yeah, what's it? What, the Crown Vic's gonna fly away? The smart car?
My equipment's all 12 years old. It's worth. I mean, I could buy it cheaper on eBay.
Oh, well.
I mean, we look good. We look good. Our studios look good, but television production and stuff's balsa wood and Scotch tape at its finest. You know that, please.
Oh, yeah, it's not very.
I mean, like your set.
sturdy.
I mean, that's just all flimsy bulls. That ain't real industrial, expensive looking
it's
stuff.
a set. That's the point. It's a set.
Right.
Yeah, so it can be taken apart, put together. It's
and
like,
then even in
Legos.
today's world, man, like Tucker, when he was on Adam Carolla, looked like he was in the bathroom at his main cabin. Like it can be.
That's his office.
Ted Kaczynski's cabin.
That's his office in Maine. That's where I filmed his show. So he has this little office, and actually in that office, it's really cool. He has like literally 200 button-down shirts, but no pants really, or maybe because he only wears 3 or 4 jeans. But that's his office
You been
too,
there?
in his closet. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I've been
nice.
on his show
Bubba,
in
have you
Maine.
been there?
No, I've never been there.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that's when.
Well, Bubba, we can get you there. Now he doesn't have the Fox show for the Today. Well, it was on Tucker Carlson Today, where he flies you out there. You stay out in Maine, and you go on a show. But he has every press pass he's ever had, and there's 3,000 press cards. It's very cool, from 1996 election or whatever. Yeah, what is it? 96, 2000, 2004, 2008. He has every badge.
Right. Does he have his Bubba's Army sticker up there? No.
I didn't see his ring. He probably has it somewhere. I'm just saying that office.
Probably threw it off the dock.
No, it's displayed nicely at his Boca Grande house.
Yeah, at his local Goodwill.
So anyway, I
he serves up Swanson frozen meals. To
I
all his guests.
I don't even need Tuck if I can get Rogan, and I think that Rogan will definitely. I think I got an interesting story. Rogan is my friend. Rogan is an admirer of my work. He's not some scab, and I'm going to have something of interest to promote that, from a guest that he just had on 60 days ago.
Bubba, how pissed you're going to be if Tucker gets Putin on and not you?
Oh, I want Tucker to have Putin.
Did you not hear that?
Yeah. I
This
want
rumor that he's trying to get Putin on?
No, that's fine. But why would Bubba be pissed if he got Putin on?
Because it's like saying that he's more like Bubba's more controversial.
She sits next to you and turns into a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Tucker gets Putin on.
Yeah, because I can use that and be like, man, you're going to tell me that we're friends. I even gave you a bow tie and you know what? And you got Putin on before me. I'm more hated than Putin.
Right.
Come on, Tuck.
I ain't starting no wars, just radio wars.
We're comparing apples and oranges now. You and Putin are not the same whatsoever. I mean,
you're
I think
right. Bubba's worse in Tucker's eyes.
Bubba's better than Vladimir Putin.
I don't know.
Bubba's a better human being than Vladimir. I hate the war in Ukraine, and I think Vladimir Putin is an interesting fellow, but he still kills journalists that speak out against him. Vladimir Putin is not
like you couldn't do the Alex Stein gimmick over in Russia, could you?
Oh, I'd be dead. No, I'd be
ask
dead in 2
Navalny
seconds.
how things are going.
Yeah, can you imagine they killed that guy, his political opponent? They starved him out in jail. No, I don't want to mess with Russia or even.
I don't even want to go. I don't even want my friend going there. I don't even want you going there because you'll get lippy on something, and next thing you know, they'll kill you.
Oh, there's no way Alex makes it out of Russia alive if he went over there.
No way.
No way.
He couldn't help himself.
Less than a 3% chance.
Go to one of their city council member meetings dressed up like a woman with big boobs as a shop teacher and see where they get
That's
me.
punishable by death there, man.
Yeah.
Transitioning. Ooh.
Yeah, nice
it
shirt.
is, and they don't. That's also, Brittany Griner. When I called her out, she said she was thankful for America. They don't have pride parades in Russia. They do not have.
Is it illegal to be? Is it illegal to be gay in Russia?
I don't know if it's illegal to be gay, but I know that he's put in more
it
restrictions.
is. You can't ask the band. What's that? All the Things You Said group in Russia. They've gotten popped a few times. You know, there's two little Russian
so Brittany
lesbians.
Griner could have got the hash pin kicker with a gay add-on and really served some time.
Yeah, well, it made her appreciate America. She says America sucks so much. Yeah, we have a Pride Parade. Now Pride Parades happen every month. We just had one last month. I thought it was only in July or whatever.
Isn't it illegal in China, too?
Hey,
It's illegal in China.
the state attorney, didn't
Everything's
press
illegal in
charges in the Merch Creek situation, and actually I've used you and Brittany Griner as an talking to the state attorney. I'm like, what are you familiar with the Alex Stein Brittany Griner deal? And they're like, yeah. And I go, what if Brittany Griner would have grabbed Alex Stein's phone, punched him in the face, taken the phone, made Alex go over to another part of the airport, wait 5 to 7 minutes, delete stuff off of his phone, then give it back to him? How much trouble would she be in?
A lot of trouble. Kanye West just grabbed a girl's phone and threw it, and he's facing criminal charges for that in California.
Not if you're Mike Calta.
No.
You can grab the phone, you can punch the face, you can delete, and you're good. And you know what? And the state attorney, it's a state. But I shouldn't be on trial, bitch.
Yeah, but that's unfortunate. That's just the situation.
So you want to talk about how hated I am? I mean, that's
you're famous in Tampa. You're one of the most famous guys in Tampa. I mean, so they're not going to give you that. They're not going to treat you like a normal citizen. There's going to be a different, whatever standard that they're going to hold you to. If Merch Creek was just lady on the spot and this all happened, but once they look into it and they see that it's connected to Bubba and they have heat and this and that, it makes it a lot more convoluted for a district attorney to want to prosecute, and then it creates even more drama. See, this is the other thing, is that we think, let's create more drama, that'll put pressure on them, but in their head they realize, well now if we go through with it, that's even more drama than if we try to sweep it under the rug. So I mean, we got to figure out a way to rectify the situation where it's not. Yeah, I give up on Calta. Why? Because
I give up on life.
Having hate. No, don't give up on life. But having hate in your heart is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It's not going to help
Alex.
you.
Shut up! You're stupid. By the way, you were chewing tobacco before I had you on the air. You don't know nothing.
You're a wise man, Alex.
Listen, Calta is an idiot. He's not even funny. He's not. I mean, there's nothing great about Calta.
I got it. Let's move on. I don't want to talk about that topic, bitch.
Just because I brought it up doesn't mean I want to talk about it.
I don't want you talking about it. Disagree with me or shut up, kid.
Yeah.
The biggest way to make Calta be pissed off is if you get on Rogan, if you get on Tucker, if you be successful, if you have a success.
Just wait till my documentary comes out, buddy. Woo!
I agree. I'm saying that's the way you stick it to him more than anything, is you become successful, because the best way he can stick it to you is when he becomes successful.
I already am. We collectively as a show already are more successful than the little popsicle stand local popsicle stand that he's got by far. Period.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the more success you get, that's the only way you're going to get back at him. If you try to fight toe to toe, the only way you get back at him.
I'm not the one that's fighting. You are. You're the one that's trying to be a celebrity fighter. I'm not.
Yeah.
That's
why you're fit. That's why you're. No, you're not boxing him.
Why not? I'll box freaking Calta.
If anybody's boxing him, I am. I'm not going to let you take that opportunity.
Why don't we set up Bubba and Calta boxing?
I would love to see that more than anything.
'd kill him, because I would kill him. I would literally kill him. And first of all, I'm not boxing him. We're gonna go.
MMA rules.
5'11", 285 with a 55-inch reach.
We're gonna go in the cage, UFC style. If I will not agree to anything else, in the cage, UFC style,
shirtless.
And I don't recognize taps. And I swear to God, they're gonna have to pull me off him, because I will kill him. I will go to prison killing him. I will.
That's parody. That's nope.
That's
time
parody.
out.
This
That's
is talking
parody.
about
This
in
is
a video
theater of the
game,
mind.
on Call of
That
Duty.
is not what. That's that was hyperbole.
No threats.
That was not. Yeah, we're just talking about hypothetically, like destroy him in the ring.
We were talking about
in the context of a fight.
Hold on.
This was not a death threat.
Hold on. We were talking about a fight that's never going to happen.
But if it did,
no, but it's not happened. It's not planned to happen, and it's never going to happen. You know how many times somebody's like, "Man, I'd kill that guy" in a fighting type situation.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
It's hyperbole.
Yeah.
It's
everything I said already.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Please, but I will
honestly. Bubba, and you know what was actually a pretty good clip is when you called into Calta's show or he called into yours. When was that? A few
was
years
both.
ago?
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, years
time ago.
Why?
Live on live.
Yeah.
See, like you trying to fight from behind the scenes, you need to get on the front lines if you want to fight with Calta. You need to be calling his show. You guys need to start trolling
I don't want
Calta.
to. I don't want to do any of that. That's '90s radio war stuff. I'm going to do them through I'm going to have a nice little documentary that lays it all out, and people can form their own opinions. Period.
Well, I'm going to come to Tampa for a week, and I'm going to have to do my show from your studio or something, and I'm going to just troll Calta before the thing.
No, you're not going to do any of that. You're not doing any of that. No, you're not doing any of that.
I'm going to go to his next. I'll go to his next event. Well, it'll be a lot different when I get there.
No, we're not doing any of that. We're not doing any of that.
Why not?
Because we're not doing any of that. We're moving on. We're talking about whatever the hell you got on your stupid show tonight. We're not talking about any of
Maui.
that.
What do you think about the Maui wildfires? Did you see a guy got arrested for going to his burnt house? They arrested him for trespassing. For going back to his burnt house.
Now, how do you get arrested for going?
Because it was, quote, dangerous or something?
Yeah. They're arresting people, and they don't know what the death count is. They're not giving us any numbers.
Aren't
We
there
don't know how
like
many
350
kids
people
died.
still missing?
Well, it takes a long time
There's
to
more
figure
than
that out.
They say there's 13.
It was the same thing in
1,300
California that there was a huge number initially, and then it dwindled down once they were able to figure out where everybody went. And people are reported missing that don't even know they've been reported missing, so it's hard to find somebody who's missing if they don't know that they're missing.
But listen, they cut off the power 6 hours before the fire even made it to Lahaina or whatever.
So what's that mean?
And then the government. I don't know. I don't know why the power was cut out 6 hours before the in that strategic area. Especially they got the tourists out, but a lot of the locals they told to stay.
So you think they were trying to murder all the locals? Do you think they knew something?
That's
I mean, what's the theory?
To get them out because that property is very valuable, and they can put more resorts there.
The land grab.
It's a little movie, and this is a different variation of it, but it's kind of the same context of RoboCop. Do you remember in RoboCop? What happens is in RoboCop, these rich corporations want the city to have as much crime and as much destruction, so the property values go down. So then the corporations can buy all their property up and do whatever they want. They get it at a discount. Considering the banks and BlackRock already own most of their property, there's a lot of valuable property in Lahaina where people like Oprah Winfrey, Mark Zuckerberg were fighting with the locals that had been there for generations, trying to buy their property, trying to fix their tree lines.
They wouldn't leave.
They wouldn't leave. So it's weird that you have the mega rich and then people that have been there for forever that probably don't have a pot to piss in. They just have that property. They have that Hawaiian lifestyle. And then all of a sudden they get burnt up, like a freaking DiGiorno pizza in your oven when you're drunk and you leave it in all night. Somehow, that's what I'm saying. Or with a Presto, you leave it on there all night. They get all burnt up. And now their governor actually signed a bill. If a natural disaster happens, the government has more authority to take over damaged area and do whatever, conserve wildlife.
He signed it like a week or two before the fires.
They signed that bill. The governor signed that bill. That's very unusual. And then this is the other thing is people are like, oh, Alex, what do you mean? They don't have lasers in the sky. I don't necessarily think I don't know if they have a laser or not, but they have what is called cloud seeding technology, weather modification technology. This is out in the open. There's like 200
They've had it
patents
since the 70s. I mean, this is nothing new.
Yes.
This isn't like fascinating stuff. This has been.
That's why it's like
he's saying that it had something to do with the storms and the lightning and all that kind of stuff that was happening in Maui.
So they
That's what I'm saying.
engineered clouds to create lightning where they knew it would start a fire and not be able to be put out. Okay.
No, I think it'd be easier to start a fire. You can just have somebody, have
start
like
a fire.
Start a fire.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need fake cloud seeding. I'm saying the bringing that fantastical element to it undermines the credibility of what otherwise could be a strong conspiracy theory.
Well, first of all, it's about the whole entire thing about climate change. That's going to be they want to make that our biggest threat. So that's why they love it when a hurricane hits Tampa. They can be like, "Oh, this is because of the weather. This is because we're having too many CO2 emissions." Yet they think they're going to fix it with a windmill. A windmill has to spin consistently for 4 years straight before it even earns its value back. And then after that,
long?
Yes, and then after that, if you don't put oil in it, they all catch on fire and burn, and they kill tons of birds. That's not an efficient way. The most efficient way is to use fossil fuels, and fossil fuels, I hate to break to you, are not dinosaur bones from billions of years ago. But my point is,
hydro technology is pretty darn efficient.
I don't know. They're killing all those whales in New Jersey. Have you seen more beach whales have been washed up on the shore of New Jersey than in recorded history?
Yeah, but that's not because of the hydro. That's because of the windmills.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think it's.
No,
I thought it's from the hydro energy.
They're trying to put windmills off the coast.
Yeah.
So hold on. So they're going to put huge concrete pads in these big windmills that are going to kill all the fish life, but no one cares about whales and fish life, so we can have better energy. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Look, in all options, energy plan is the best energy plan in my. If it makes sense and if it saves us money or if it saves us energy and protects the environment, whatever, then it makes sense. Algae.
We need nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is the cleanest energy that we burn.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And they stopped
figuring out what to do with the spent stuff. In whose neighborhood, who wants that in their neighborhood?
Yeah. See, that's another scam. They're going to say, the same people that said they had weapons of mass destruction, they didn't have anything. It's because they don't want to have anybody have nuclear, whatever like you said, the I don't even know what the
byproducts.
Whatever the byproducts. There's all this bullcrap. Everybody's afraid of nuclear. Oh, they think Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon and blow up New York City. Yeah, right. We need more nuclear power. We need more fossil fuel energy here in Texas, dude. Joe Biden has made it where these oil and gas companies dominated Texas. They dominate West Texas, Dallas. That's where all the rich families are oil and gas. Now they can't even get approved for an offshore oil rig. Yeah, you can get approved for a windmill in 2 seconds. So it's all bull crap. They don't really care about the environment. But that's what they'll use to lock us down. They're going to do climate change lockdowns, Bubba.
For real.
In our lifetime, yes. And within 10 years, they're going to say it's getting too hot. You guys are driving, you're going to have an electric car. In California, they're phasing out gasoline cars. They want you to have an electric car so they can say, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're allowed to drive. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, your car.
That was all a part of a dirty deal with China because they produce all the stuff to make the batteries for those cars.
And they use children slave labor to
But that's the reality behind the electric car push because hydrogen fuel cell technology is far superior anyways. Once you figure out the mechanism for delivering the compressed hydrogen, but the whole deal with the electric car thing is the dirty deals with China.
And the human rights issues with digging up cobalt in Congo and stuff like that.
Right.
Bubba, that's why I got a 5.3 liter Tahoe and a Chevy Silverado.
You're a real patriot.
I'm never selling.
You're a real patriot.
I'm never selling.
No, I'm going. Hold on. I own a racetrack, buddy. I mean, that's
the. I know.
I mean, think about all the emissions that we release from that stuff. Please.
Good.
I'm going to prison. I'm going to environmental prison, buddy. Please.
Yeah, well, good. I hope so. We need to pollute this air as much as possible. I'm sick of this anti-pollution crap. Now, listen. If we go deforest, place, we're gonna, unsettle wildlife and all that. I'm not saying humans don't have an effect on the world, but the idea that we're gonna raise the sea level. When I was in college, when that inconvenient truth came out, they said by this time we were gonna be underwater, and that was all bullcrap. And the polar ice caps, when they melt, they refreeze. So I mean, it's called seasons. It's just all bullcrap.
Anyway, buddy, I gotta go, so I'm not late. I'm worried about your puffiness, and I like your Queen Elizabeth shirt.
Oh, I just got a text from Tara.
R.I.P.
I got a text from Tara, and she says she has the biggest crush on Alex Stein.
She used to have the biggest crush on you.
I know.
Now she's over to Alex Stein.
You should come and try and mac on Bubba's sister. Yeah,
my sister's worth a lot of money.
You're the same age as Tarek.
Bubba, can you imagine if Stein was your brother-in-law?
Brother-in-law?
Yeah, but I really like my brother-in-law.
No, but he probably believes in that whole multiple.
Maybe they can swing.
Are you polyamorous? Are you polyamorous, Alex?
Well, maybe you could swing with my.
No, I need to be more
polyandry.
I need to maybe start that lifestyle, right? I mean, I've been holding out, and Bubba, that's another thing too. Is you were the first polyamorous guy. You made it famous. Now everybody's polyamorous.
Yeah,
dude.
right.
Adam 22.
I don't know if we'd call
it the first one ever.
Yeah, I don't know if you call it polyamorous.
I would just call it open.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I'm just saying, Bubba, I
was trailblazer.
I was ahead of the game on on internet radio. Yeah. When I left Howard, I started my own internet radio station. I was the first one to let your best friend blast your wife on camera. I gotta
ask you this. I have to ask you this. When there's a clip of you on Howard's show, and Howard said you offered me your wife. Is that true? Did you offer her to Howard when Howard was in Tampa? I have to know that. So you have to answer that question.
It was on the show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
There's several amendments I like. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5th is my favorite.
The 5th.
5. I got 5 on it. I gotta go.
All right.
Bye, buddy.
Love you. Yeah.
Automatic microphone shut off. Engage.
Why? What'd they do now?
Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
I thought the fat one didn't really talk that much.
You think secretly Oprah's having like a little party?
What?
She's having like a little party.
Yeah.
She's having a luau.
Like multiple with her and Gail.
She's getting the dancer's
Oh, I
cheek.
love Gail. Love Gail King. I don't know why I love her so much.
Really? I don't even know who she is. I couldn't pick her
She's a
out.
news anchor on CBS News.
What?
She's like a head news anchor on CBS News.
Oh, yeah.
Gail King? You don't know Gail King?
No, she has kind of like orangish hair. Yeah, I know who she is.
She's Oprah's.
I just don't follow Oprah. I'm not into celebrities like that whole scene. There's no celebrities that I follow at all. Like, at all. Don't care what they do. What?
Follow this guy.
I mean,
What was that eye roll about?
I mean,
If eye rolls could talk, I was screaming.
to an extent.
What are you trying to say with those eyes?
I mean,
With them eyes.
it's up for interpretation.
What a jerk. Are you trying to say, you ain't shit? You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
No.
You ain't shit.
No, I'm not saying anything. My mouth is shut for a change.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There are so many amendments to the
I have to choose
Constitution of the United States of America, but I can only choose one. I can only choose one. I choose the fifth. The fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth. Here, I wrote something down for you. Oh, here it is. Fifth. So fucking good. So fucking good. Good morning, Big Lunger.
That's my favorite thing when I don't want to answer anything. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm the only one here who's actually played it. Yeah.
Yep.
I just, I feel like you have to exercise all your rights. So,
Especially the
like, I've told troops they can't stay at my house. Yeah. Like, sorry, soldiers, you gotta find somewhere else to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy pleading the fifth?
No. I wanted to testify, but I was advised by counsel not to.
Mm. And you listened.
Of
Obviously.
course. Yeah, I listened to my attorneys.
Mm.
Unlike Cheeto Face,
Who's that, Brian?
Trump. He doesn't listen to the people around him too much. He surrounds himself with the best people, but then they're terrible people after the fact.
Did you want to testify because you thought it would exonerate you?
Not me. I thought that it would help get the entire truth out rather than the narrative that had been presented about what happened in that incident. But my counsel told me because of the threat, the active threat by the FBI that they're going to get me on some fucking technicality for false statements, even though I didn't make any false statements, I was better off not testifying.
Mm.
And that it wouldn't, that the goose, the goose was cooked, the fix was in, there was no way that the trial was show. It was a show trial. Like the decision had been made as to what their fate would be. So he's like,
Don't incriminate
he's
yourself,
like,
you don't
why
have to.
bother? He's like, nothing you can say is going to change their mind. They're moving forward with this. So.
You pulled the pin now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is that how you said it in court?
I put 5 on my face a couple of times, and I went like this once.
Really?
Yeah, I only had to plead it 3 times because they pretty much asked if are all questions that we ask you, and I said yes. On the advice of counsel, I assert my 5th Amendment privilege. On the advice of counsel, I assert my 5th Amendment privilege.
Yes.
There, Anthony and Gavin McInnes were talking about that documentary
yeah, he said he didn't even watch it. He was in it.
No, Gavin brought you up.
They do from time to time.
Well, he brought you up saying about that. You know, you should have been in that class of shock doctor. Kevin did.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Like, they're still talking? Oh, it's Fox weather? Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, why are they still talking about this storm?
Summer.
Fox 13 is already talking about. 13 besides birthday dances over here.
They've had that picture up there for a while. There's only one birthday in town?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Usually they're flying through.
Yeah.
Amelia. That bitch is 1 year old.
Wow. How long did they read about it?
Who's Ivan?
Oh, it's all first birthday shit.
Yeah, but they had Amelia up there forever.
Yeah.
Asher.
They must have paid a little bit more money.
He's got that pacifier cheek. Remy
Ma.
Remy Martin.
That too. Are you shitting?
Yeah.
No, I'm stretching.
Oh, okay.
It sounded like a
Sounded
shit.
synonymous.
Sound like a
with
wet
shitting
stretch.
girl.
You two together are just a little too much for me.
What do you mean?
It sounds like you're shitting.
She starts co-signing with him. You know what I'm saying?
I
Lemmy?
know.
And then it's just like, God dang, I wish.
You're hearing the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective.
That's almost a challenge for me now.
Bubba.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I don't think Anna has bettered her cause today. She's just been such a little counter-programming bitch over there because of you know who over there gets her all churned up on the counter. Then she tries to out counter him, and then it just ends up being stressful for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, I miss Wednesday.
Yesterday.
You can have Wednesday every day, buddy.
I could.
Every day could be a Wednesday.
And no Thursdays with you.
I know.
Jesus.
He's just being funny. He'll forget about it in a week and a half.
He'll forget about it by tomorrow morning.
Hopefully.
The Anna Hummel show is next. Anna, it can't start till 10:30.
What?
It
All
can't
right.
start till 10:30 because I got a bunch of liners to lay down.
I got you.
So.
Do your thing.
What?
We didn't do that last human.
We can do one right now.
All right.
All right. We all have a heartfelt reason, you know that, Lummy, to live a heart-healthy lifestyle and to support your blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. You can start and stop by starting this process by going to superbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Get you some Superbeat heart chews. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Super Beet heart chews support healthy circulation, so you not only get blood pressure support, but you also get a productive heart-healthy energy without the crash. Super Beets is the #1 pharmaceutical recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support, and it's blood pressure support that you can count on. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply with a 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Again, that's GET, get super, BEETS, getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
We will see you, like what, on the 11th or something?
I'll see you in 30 minutes.
I'll see you in 30 minutes, and I'll see you on, let me see, the
11th. I believe.
You will not see. Well,
subscribe to the YouTube so you can see Bubba.
Yeah, go to our YouTube channel. It's at the Bubba Army, and I'll be live from Indy, live from Columbus, and live from Warsaw, Indiana.
And come check him out at the downtown bar.
Or Bubba. Don't forget it. They're going to see you at noon.
Oh, that's right. I'm coming back. That's right.
Yeah.
You know, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be back at noon
with Ron Capps
on YouTube, Rumble, maybe a locals kicker with NHRA current points leader and most recent champion in the funny car division, Ron Capps from the Napa car. I'll be on at noon. Okay?
Rapping Ronnie Capps.
Rapping Ronnie Capps. Anna will be on at 10:30.
Yep.
appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.